Welcome back to the party, everybody. I am Lutch, your host, aka the IndianJesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. And today we are going to be talking about a different type of party, the National Libertarian Party. Usually, the Libertarian Party is looked at as a joke. Really, any third party, any party outside the Democrats or Republicans is seen as throwing your vote away or helping the other side or all of that stuff. And I, as somebody who was not super engaged in politics early on and then more recently got into it, I was right along with that idea that, oh, don't vote for third party. You're just going to be throwing your vote away. Of course, the Democrat is going to win or the Republican is going to win. But I've been paying attention to what the Libertarian Party has been doing, specifically with the Mises Caucus. And I thought that I was really impressed. And I don't see a Libertarian Party candidate winning in a general election anytime soon. However, I do think it is very important to take a look at what they are doing, and especially as we have yet another election coming up where we're likely not going to be happy with either of the main two candidates. Looking at third parties is going to become increasingly important as well as increasingly relevant. So today what I want to do is take a look at a podcast done by it's the You're Welcome podcast by Michael Malice, who is an avowed anarchist. So very interesting views out of this guy. But his guest to his right there is Angela McArdle, the new chairman of the party. So there was, in listening to Dave Smith and his podcast a lot recently, Part of the Problem, he's been spearheading the Mises Caucus, a part of the Libertarian Party, and trying to really just change things, trying to wipe that image of throwing your vote away if you give it to the third parties. Hey, we got Sanghill in the building. What's going on? Thank you for joining us. Bull Rush is also here. What is going on? And I'm glad you guys are here. Welcome to the party. So before we dive into the video, I just want to give some context. That's why we're doing what we're doing. And I think it's super interesting what they are doing with the Libertarian Party. And I hope that no matter where you are on the political spectrum, that you can start looking at the Libertarian Party as more of a force in the scene, so to speak, that it's something to be paid attention to. If it is your first time here, please do hit that subscribe button and ring the bell so that you don't miss the party. As you will notice, there's not many people here right now, and that's because they haven't hit the bell. As they start rolling in, we're going to be having a good time, and you don't want to miss that party. So, the replays are cool too. Definitely value in the replays if you do miss the party. But hit that subscribe button, and without further ado, let's get on into it. So that was not this past weekend. I think it was 2 weeks ago. So this aired on June 1st. Thank you, buddy. I don't know why StreamYard always does that. It's like the first time 50-50 shot that you'll get sound. I don't understand. Let's try that again. Thank you, Sahil. How about now?
The live report from you on the show for people who are interested or people who are uninterested and all in between. Can you explain to...
Good, no good. So yeah, this is from the beginning of June. So this was the Reno convention they were talking about was right about a month ago. And it was, I'm just getting a lot of positive and fresh vibes from what they're doing. Thank you, Bull Rush. And with people like Michael Malice, Angela McCarta, and Dave Smith, at the helm, again, even if they're not necessarily going to win and become president, these are people that I am happy to get behind. So let me just run that back and let's do it.
All my friends and well-wishers, do not send me updates about what's happening with the Libertarian Convention, which was over the weekend in Reno. People tag me on Twitter anyway, but I wanted to get the live report from you on this show for people who are interested or people who are uninterested and all in between. Can you explain to those who don't know what is the Libertarian Party and what position it is that you personally were running for?
Okay. Before we get into that, I just want to say again, thank you to Bull Rush and Say Hill for hanging out, starting the party off, doing it right. And thank you guys. Really appreciate you being here.
So the Libertarian Party is the third largest political party in the United States. It was founded in the early 70s by David Nolan, a handful of other liberty thought leaders at that time who were very upset about Nixon taking us off the gold standard, Vietnam, and a bunch of other really sucky things that the government did. And so
already a huge thing, going off the gold standard. That's a big deal to me personally. So what I'm looking for when I am listening to stuff like this, depending on the timing, I don't know if how tired I'll get, but maybe we'll get into an episode of Part of the Problem. But either way, what I'm looking for is the alternative thinking from the typical left-wing or right-wing narrative. So as they go through this conversation, that's what I want you guys to be paying attention to. How this is different than if we were talking to, I don't even know who the heads of the Republican National Committee and the DNC and the RNC, I don't even know who the heads are because they're so irrelevant. But what I want you to pay attention to is, does it feel like you're being spoken at like most politicians, or does it feel like she's actually speaking to you?
Founded their own political party, mostly in a reaction to how bad the GOP was at the time, but there were some left-leaning anarchists involved as well. And we have been dragging ourselves along for 50 years, maybe 51 years now, in an effort to make some political change in the direction of liberty. And that has been pretty hit or miss, to put it diplomatically. So I ran for chair of the National Party over the weekend, and I was elected. I'm basically the one driving the bus now, in charge of everything.
So let's talk about the chair position. What is, when you say driving the bus, what exactly does the chair do in terms of the daily activities of the party?
So some of this is going to be pretty boring, but I get to populate committees with appointments. So things like social media, communications, fundraising, auditing, finance, all of that stuff.
And it may be boring to some extent, but it is also extremely important, because if any of these things that she's listing don't go well, then we know who to point the finger at. We know where to look to say, hey, why isn't this what it should be? And that's simply not the case with your typical left and right wing.
Interesting stuff and the boring stuff. I get to appoint certain committee members. The rest of them are voted on by the National Committee, which is basically like our board. I also have the final say on hiring and firing staff. And I get to send out fundraising pledges, appeals. I'm sort of the voice of the party for all intents and purposes. I make a lot of other administrative behind-the-scenes decisions as well.
So how many people were up for the position, and how did the voting go?
Well, there were 3 serious candidates running. There was a 4th person who was also running, but he hadn't really campaigned or traveled or done anything. And I ended up winning with 69.5% of the vote. And the other guys one of them got about 109 votes. One of them got 150-ish votes. And I got almost 700 votes. I think it was 693.
Were you surprised at the vote margin by which you got the chair position?
No, it was exactly what I thought. It would be 70%. So
okay.
Yeah.
So let's talk a little bit about the recent history of the Libertarian Party. Do you feel, now that you've taken over as chair, any sense of, I don't know if I want to word you about, like, loyalty on behalf of like recent campaigns and candidates?
So this is why I like Michael Malice, because already he's getting into the meat of what you would want to ask somebody like this. You're now representing a huge entity that has already existed, and you're bringing these fresh ideas. So do you feel, like you are, beholden to the old guard? Great question to start off on.
Loyalty.
Let me ask you what. Let me see what I'm not trying to, because I was thinking specifically of there's a podcast named Patrick Bet David, and he has a podcast called Valuetainment, and he had the 2020 Libertarian candidate for president Joe Jorgensen on his show, and it was disastrous in my opinion, and in the host's opinion. At one point during the show, he says to her, he's like, have you ever debated anyone? And she brought up, she was the vice presidential nominee with Harry Brown, maybe 2 decades ago. And he said, if I were your team, I would have sat you down in a room and, fired questions at you for 2 weeks.
Hey, we got Kluk in the building. What's going on, brother? We are talking about maybe the Libertarian Party is not as crazy as it used to be. Here from Andrew McCardle, the new chair. Thanks for joining us, brother.
Questions he is asking her were one-on-one type stuff. She said she was an open border libertarian, which is not an uncomposition Libertarian Party, and liberty-minded people in general. And he asked her the very obvious question: what are you going to do about terrorists who are crossing the border? It doesn't have to be terrorists; it could be anyone who's a bad actor, bad faith actor. And her response was literally, "Will we keep track of people like that?" He asked her about your concerns about China, and she literally said, "Well, look at Japan. We bombed them, and now we trade with them. China's not going to do anything bad because we trade with them," which is a very not reassuring position, I think, for most people to have. Did you watch that interview? I
saw part of it. I couldn't get through the whole thing.
Okay. Well, that's what I'm asking. Like, what were your thoughts of seeing that? And is this something that you feel some side kind of camaraderie toward, or is it what you're reacting against? Like, where do you stand in relation to that campaign?
So again, if you're just joining us, then what he's asking is that now that Angela McCardle is the head of the party, does she feel allegiance to people like Joe Jorgensen and their message? And they were just talking about how badly Joe Jorgensen did on her campaign.
I would say that I had a sit-down one-on-one conversation with Joe Jorgensen yesterday for the first time.
Oh.
Yes. And
the
first thing I did was let her air any and all grievances she had towards the National Party and other people, because I want to begin to repair that relationship. And, without totally throwing her under the bus, I would say she needs a lot of help.
Okay.
She needs help with PR. She needs help to understand why her campaign wasn't well received. A lot of it had to do with staff, but, as her explanation, a lot of it had to do with staff, but.
So again, what we're looking at is how would you expect the new head of the DNC or RNC to answer this kind of question? How diplomatic would you expect them to be? Do you feel like when she's answering the questions, she's answering the questions just like, a person having a conversation, or that she's campaigning or pushing a narrative or any of that stuff?
People sometimes wonder, is it because she's a woman? Is it because of this? Is it because, hello? No, I'm right here. I got elected just fine. I had plenty of support. I'm a woman. So I think a lot of our members are really well-meaning. And, she was talking about Ron Paul. She's a little bit more right-leaning into Austrian economics. None of that came through in her campaign. And none of that comes through in any of her interviews. So I think she really needs a little bit of help kind of figuring out what went wrong and how she's going to be better received. I mean, as far as loyalty goes, I feel that I owe it to her to be honest with her in a diplomatic and friendly way so that she can actually make some progress on that. But I don't feel that I have so much loyalty to her that I would lie to her face or tell her, oh, great job. It doesn't matter. Don't listen to those people. You did good. That's not really being loyal anyway, is it? Like just lying to someone.
Well, I think things are different. Loyalty in politics is a very dubious word, because it also means being partisan and kind of sweeping things under the rug. And, Reagan famously had his 11th commandment, which is thou shalt not speak ill of your fellow Republicans, which is really hard to stick to when some people who are within your party, whatever party you're going to be, Republican, Democrat, Libertarian, Green, I don't care, are going to be, just bad people, inevitably.
Right. And I don't think she's a bad person, but I think she had really bad advice, really bad management. And the 12 shots thing that she said about Dave, I wasn't able to get into that yesterday in our meeting because there was so much to cover, but I'm going to work on that. And I think that someone put her up to saying that. And it's like, you should just go straight to the source. Just check with people. Don't smear them. We could do better.
I think, I'm not positive, but I think they're referring to a quote that Joe Jorgensen had about Dave Smith. Where she was just like really off, and it was just something that she clearly heard from somebody else and never went to Dave Smith to actually clear it up. And then she was on the record saying something that wasn't true, which obviously in politics is not what you want.
Better than this. Come on.
Yeah, because Dave Smith, who you're referring to, he's a frequent guest on the show.
Yeah.
Patrick, as a result of that, in my opinion, debacle, he tweeted out who should come on the show to defend the Libertarian Party. And as a result, he had a roundtable of Dave Smith, popular podcaster and very theatrical comedian, Larry Elder, who has been the Libertarian candidate for governor of New York, I think once and now again, and Spike Cohen, who is the vice presidential candidate in 2020, who was Joe Jorgensen's running mate. And between the three of them, they did a far better job than she had in articulating the views and the path to victory for the LP.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. Like, there's really no contest. And those guys are pretty much the best messengers we have, whether you're coming from an anarcho-capitalist, right-leaning, Austrian economics, more, like kind of friendly to the left perspective. Those are the people we should be putting out right now.
Now, there's been a lot of huffing and puffing by members of the Libertarian Party who I would say are probably identify as culturally progressive, if not progressive in other contexts.
AKA
there's been
woke.
a lot of shaking fists at the sky at the Mises Caucus takeover. That was a hashtag. Was there a Mises Caucus takeover? What is the Mises Caucus? And do you regard yourself as a member of the Mises Caucus?
Yes, yes, and yes.
Okay.
So this is a big part of this show. What is the Mises Caucus? It's hard to, the Mises Caucus is just another group, another entity within politics, but it's hard to nail down definitions for, what exactly is this? But here we have the chair herself. So from now on, whenever you hear people talking about the Mises Mises Caucus, you'll know what they're talking about.
So there was a lot of screaming at the sun. We had, I believe, 40 people rage quit their memberships over the weekend. The Mises Caucus swept every election. We have 2 regional representative alternates who are not in the caucus or who were not endorsed. Other than that, every single person that we advocated for to be elected won their position. All of the officers, all of the at-large representatives, regional representatives around the country, and judicial committee members. I've been really public. Up until I was elected, I was a board member for the National Mises Caucus, and I chaired the California Mises Caucus Political Action Committee as well. So I'm as invested and deep into it as anybody can be. And I had to resign those board positions just because I was elected to the national committee, and I don't want any legal issues. But I'm still a caucus member. I'm not going to lie to anyone. Like that's absolutely my area.
What can you explain to people who might not be familiar what the Mises Caucus is, where they get their name?
Yeah. So we are named after Ludwig von Mises, one of our favorite Austrian economists.
Ludwig von Mises. That's where the name comes from.
And we have some very interesting focuses that the National Libertarian Party and a lot of the state parties don't necessarily go towards. So we're very interested in local elections, local grassroots movements, reforming the party, which we just did, and single issue coalitions. So working with all different kinds of groups. So working to decriminalize psilocybin, working to get school choice up in different areas, working to push the Defend the Guard initiative. And those are things that we work with.
What's the Defend the Guard initiative?
Defend the Guard initiative is to make it so that the governor has some say on whether or not we're sending out troops in undeclared wars.
Okay.
So one thing I'm already noticing is that usually with politicians, you'll get, you remember I was saying that I'm comparing this to what I would expect the answers from a typical Republican or typical Democrat to be. And a lot of times, especially, Kamala Harris is probably the best example of this, how she thinks you're dumb. They think they're better than you, so they talk down to you. If you ever hear Kamala Harris speak, it always sounds like she's talking to you like you're 5 years old, because that's what she thinks of you. And here, maybe, Angela could be a little bit more, maybe she's a little bit too in the weeds, and she doesn't really understand that most of us don't know what the hell she's talking about. But, that says to me that she's coming from a genuine place, and that she really is in the weeds about this stuff. She really does care about this stuff. Again, maybe that's just my bias. Let me know what you guys think, but that's what I'm getting from it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a big passion project to Scott Horton's, and a lot of our members who are veterans, they're really advocating for that. And so it was great. We got to pass a resolution on it at the first LNC meeting, which was nice because it was, right before Memorial Day.
So one of the criticisms that the anti-Mises Caucus people have had is that this is crypto-fascism, crypto-Nazism. I can see you sitting here that you're an Aryan, certainly on site. Do you have any kind of fascist or Nazi sympathies or leanings?
I don't. Apparently, I'm friends with IndianJesus and Maj Touré, who sometimes
gang
get accused of hanging around with white supremacists. And, I'm friends with all of these Jewish people who also get accused of being white supremacists. So I feel like I'm not quite sure what it means to be a Nazi anymore.
And compare that to, who was it? The Supreme Court justice. Was it the Supreme Court? When the whole reason we have what is a woman, say, well, I'm not a biologist. That's not how people talk.
I'd like to think I'm not a Nazi. I've never attended a Klan rally. I don't own any pointy white hats. They haven't given them to me yet. I haven't been inducted in any initiations. It's kind of hard to make sense of it all. where the accusations come from?
I mean, this has been going on for quite some time. That I think the criticism of Dave Smith, who kind of is in some ways certainly not a leader of the Mises Caucus, that he has people on his podcast who should not be platformed, and thereby he's granting them legitimacy.
Well, I mean, a lot of these people, right, who make these arguments, they've rage quit or they rage quit the party several months ago and decided to vote for Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. So I'm kind of at a loss as to how it's okay to vote in a pig and a cop for vice president who has locked up tons of minorities, but it's not okay to have a spirited debate with someone who you disagree with on race and ethnicity.
Angela coming with the heat. A cop and a pig.
It doesn't really make a lot of sense, but I guess that's just how the narrative works.
Yeah, that's interesting, because you would think that they could at least vote for the Green Party candidate,
right?
Because the Green Party is at least consistently anti-war. Joe Biden not only was the architect of the crime bill, despite his son being an admitted crack addict, was also a big fan of the Iraq War, which he admitted was a mistake. So I can certainly understand their antipathy towards Trump. I don't understand how. I guess the choice, if their argument is, look, you're going to have to vote for one of the two major candidates, why were they libertarians to begin with?
Right. It's all about say the words. I mean,
that's a great question.
I mean, to me, what this comes across is these people are in the Libertarian Party, these far left, very progressive ones, because they don't want to vote for their parents' party. It's like they're mad at their dad. So they're going to rebel in the Libertarian Party because somehow this makes them unique and special.
Burn.
But they don't agree with us ideologically on anything except maybe free market economics. And even then, they're not totally in on it.
Guys, you're welcome and supported by Masterworks. When I first heard of Masterworks, which is an art investment.
Yeah, no, we ain't doing that. You gonna have to pay me. So what are you guys thinking? I mean, are you is she speaking your language? Is this going over your heads? What is what are you thinking?
Think of your life guarantee. That's omahasteaks.com. I'm a little bit of heat because there was some drama, which I'll condense as quickly as possible. Basically, the New Hampshire Libertarian Party, I think, elected a slate of Mises Caucus people. The woman who had been, I believe, the chairwoman of the New Hampshire Libertarian Party, Gilletta Jarvis, I believe was her name. She basically declared herself, I am the New Hampshire Libertarian Party. She had control of the website and the mail list and so on and so forth, refused to hand it over. The previous chair of the Libertarian Party is Joe or John Bishop Henchman. He basically had colluded with her in some capacity. Yep. I discussed all this on Tim Pool's show, Timcast IRL. He obviously heard it because he blocked me immediately. He quit. He deleted a ton of emails. There was an internal Libertarian Party investigation as a result of this. If you look at his Twitter, he has no acknowledgement that he had been the head of the Libertarian Party. Is he still a member of the party at all? And what is your relationship like with him?
So I'm blocked on Twitter, even though I've never gone after him. So I don't have a relationship. I saw a screenshot of his social media recently that he and his husband have changed their voter registration to independent over the weekend, and this is their new Independence Day. So we have parted ways.
Oh, okay. Another previous, I believe, chair of the Libertarian Party, someone named Nicholas Stark. He's often accused, no information about this, of being a CIA operative or something, or otherwise. He has had a very antagonistic relationship with Dave Smith, although he actually went on Dave Smith's show and they kind of hashed it out, is my recollection. And he's been very kind of publicly aggressive, trying to pick fights with members of the Mises Caucus and current Libertarian Party members. Is he someone that you have a working relationship with as well?
No, but here's an interesting thing. We used to have a really good working relationship because we both work in the legal field.
Again, I know that this is not necessarily as bombastic as everything that we're going to see on this channel. This is a little bit drier, but I do think this stuff is really important, and it's what really Michael Malice is doing is asking these questions about other people that we are somewhat familiar with, so that we can kind of get our bearings on, okay, what is this lady saying? What is this Mises Caucus thing, really about? So it's important stuff. Bullrush says, I'll need to hear more from her. I don't know a whole lot about the individuals involved with the Libertarian Party. Well, that's exactly what we're doing, brother. You are in the right place.
First came into the National Party. I was running for Congress in a special election in 2017. He was the chair. He did as much work as he could to just kind of promote my social media and give me a little bit of a visibility boost. And I maintained a good relationship with him in spite of all of the Mises Caucus stuff and trying to oust him. I basically took the position that, hey, it's nothing personal. You're just not a good fit for this role, and we don't like the direction you're taking in the party, but I like you otherwise. That all changed as soon as lockdowns happened, and he, lost his mind, had COVID hysteria, unfriend, I hate you, you're the enemy now. So we don't.
He was endorsing the lockdowns?
Oh yeah, hardcore. It's impolite. It's impolite, Michael, to leave your house if there's a pandemic.
Wait. I don't everyone is entitled to have any point of view that they want, like broadly speaking. I guess I have to ask you to speak for him.
So this is definitely going to be where we're starting to get into some of the more, individual policy issues. And let's see where she's at. Clearly, she is not down with the COVID regime.
Because I'm not privy to these arguments. How can someone reconcile a defense of lockdowns with being a libertarian, which is ostensibly being opposed to state action in almost all, if not all cases?
I literally can't understand it. I can't wrap my head around it. And that's why he's gone. Because no one else had any respect for it either, with the exception of his little progressive gang. No one else could stand it. It was horrifying. It was absolutely mortifying to see leadership of the National Libertarian Party tell people to stay home because it's impolite to go out and get someone else sick.
And so why that is important is not just because we don't want to be copying the establishment in how we address specifically the pandemic, but as time goes on, other things will arise, and it's she's happy to come at this from a rational perspective that also is backed by science, backed by this and that, and that people people support. There were a bunch of people who were against the lockdowns because they just wanted to go get a haircut. Remember, that was the narrative for a while. But that, of course, is a silly, superficial version of what people who were against lockdowns were really thinking. McArdle's somebody who is going to have done her homework on the issues. And again, I know this stuff is a little bit drier than what we usually do, but I got to test you guys out and see what you're down for.
I also don't understand that argument, because the only way, historically speaking, for a third party to get any traction is to be impolite. The big argument,
Correct.
whether it's the Green Party, Progressive Party, Populist Party, whatever party historically we're talking about, their argument, which I think is indisputable and which pretty much any Democrat, Republican would agree with, is the Democrats and Republicans, despite publicly battling, in many cases sincerely, do kind of have this tacit handshake agreement that when push comes to shove, they're going to circle wagons and make sure that they're the two people seated at the table, and they'll do what they can to make sure, other than the chance when like one party can be a spoiler, then they're going to let them in. But in terms of having another party have a seat at the table, this is just a complete non-starter for them. And if necessary, this has been done historically. They've co-opted the platforms of these parties because it's more important for them to maintain power than to have any kind of, any sense of principle. So this would have been a big opportunity for the Libertarian Party to be like, we're the only party speaking out against this. Even the Republicans are going along with it. And I can understand how he personally would perhaps think. But at the same time, as my buddy Lou Perez pointed out, if you don't have COVID, you can't spread COVID.
Yeah, it's amazing how that works. You don't spread the germs that you don't have. I think this is why the party has dragged so horribly, especially for the last 20 years, is because the libertarians in leadership seem to have low self-esteem. They're embarrassed to talk about being libertarian. They're embarrassed to push libertarian messaging or libertarian policies. It's very much like this, please look at me, look at me. It's like...
And that is kind of, earned, or it was kind of earned, with Gary Johnson not knowing about Aleppo and, little moments like that. Even though that's one little thing, it's a big deal. And there's always been, again, I haven't been paying too close attention to, the history of the Libertarian Party, but I always remembered how people would react when you talk about the actual Libertarian Party, as opposed to being more libertarian than not. Talking about lowercase l libertarian. People have no problem talking about how, their opinion and their perspective on life is more about, you do you just leave me alone and leave me out of it and all that kind of stuff. But when it comes to actually voting policy based on that, as opposed to Republicans wanting to push their values and Democrats wanting to push their values, to just have the non-aggression principle as the baseline, it never followed through, and it was because we didn't have the right people. So let's see if she's got something that we'll change it up.
It's like a really sad, nerdy dude begging a hot chick for attention. That's kind of the attitude. Like, oh,
are you categorizing this show right now?
No, I'm categorizing the National Libertarian Party.
Okay.
Unfortunately, for the last 20 years, it's if I'm just nice enough, they'll pay attention to me. If I'm just really nice, then I'm going to get the attention. One day it'll pay off. It doesn't. No, literally, no one cares about us. We have to change our strategy, our messaging.
Yeah, I would think the only, like, if you look at Ross Perot, Teddy Roosevelt, these are examples. Historically, the only time the two parties have given attention to a third party is when there's a threat to their power.
Yep.
It's not a threat in the sense of, someone's going to do harm to you or to your family, God forbid. It's a threat in the sense of you might lose this office unless you give us what we want.
Yeah.
And as they are talking about this, it's not about, hey, we got Jimmy Dean in the building. What's going on, brother? We are introducing the world to Angela McArdle and the Mises Caucus, maybe changing the shape of politics altogether. Yeah, that is Michael Malice. That would be dope, right? Yeah, not that big just yet, but hey, hit the like button and subscribe, and one day that really will be Michael Malice across from me. Yeah, but the other point that they're kind of glossing over is that the third party taking votes away from the main two parties has always been a thing, but there never really has been a strong feeling that the party itself could do anything. And for the first time in a long time, this is not necessarily the most comprehensive reason. So I think we'll definitely jump into some part of the problem. It's a little bit more upbeat, a little bit more entertaining. This is definitely more informational, but like I said, this isn't as much as a party. It's not all about fun and games. It's about having the important conversations that we need to have. Jamie Dean says, libertarians aren't going to change jack shit. It's their mantra. Fuck you, buddy. I think Angela would disagree with you.
And when things like that happen, politicians end up being extremely receptive to what is being asked of them.
Absolutely. And we've seen that happen a little bit in Georgia. We've got this guy, Shane Hazel, running for governor, and people are freaked out because he's running as a libertarian, turned into a swing state. But I want it to be more than just spoiling elections, right?
Yes.
Like I want them to be really
exactly what I was saying.
Traumatized and afraid that we're going to take part of their voting block. That's really what I want to go towards.
Yeah, it seems that it is very clear. Do you agree with, so when George Jorgensen was on Patrick Bet-David's show, she made the claim that, he said, look, you basically cost Trump the election. Here was the margin in several of these states. Your vote covered that margin. And her argument was, we take equally from Democrats and Republicans. And he said, well, how do you break that down? And she just pointed out several things where she agreed with Trump on. But when it came to why a Democrat would vote for her, she said, oh, pro-choice. And some other things, like why would a pro-choice person vote for Joe when they could vote for Biden? It didn't seem to make much sense.
Right.
Do you think that she drew equally from both parties?
No, but I do think that she drew from the Democrats more than we would usually do so.
So again, this is important because it's important to know what effect you're already having, so that if you want to have a different effect or you want to have more of that same effect, that you understand how that's playing out so that you can change what you need to change and not change what needs to stay the same.
And I think that Gary Johnson did in the last election cycle as well, because there were a lot of Democrats who were genuinely, understandably repulsed by Hillary Clinton and repulsed by Kamala Harris. So I think we got more than usual. And I'm just speaking anecdotally because I had a lot of progressive friends message me and ask just a couple of questions and say, basically, look, I'm not a libertarian, but I'm going to vote for Joe Jorgensen because I just literally can't stomach the other choice.
So going forward, what is the strategy going into 2024? When is the Libertarian Party going to be having?
So my question there would have been, okay, so how do you go from you being as libertarians just the runoff from how bad are these main party candidates, and then from there, how do you make a bigger splash? Jamie Dean's just hating today.
Convention should pick the nominee.
So state conventions to pick our nominee happen in 2024, mostly starting at the beginning of the year. There's going to be a couple, I think, at the very end of 2023, and we'll be moving it along state by state, and then that kind of is like the polling starts there. People start making the rounds. Actually,
I want to actually address this because, Jamie Dean, you weren't here earlier, but this is exactly what I'm talking about. This is exactly the notion that people have when they think about the Libertarian Party. And this is exactly why I think it's important that we're checking out what is going on in that corner of the world, in that corner of the country, because, I definitely would have agreed with these things before the Mises Caucus took over. But there's a lot going on that's changing, and it's a lot of fresh blood and new ideas and people who are, kicking out the wokesters and really making it something that this stuff isn't true, because Jamie Dean has every right to say these things because they have been true. And, if we want that to change, then we need people like Angela McArdle. And even if you are not a libertarian, even if you, I mean, how many of you are super down for Joe Biden? I know there's a lot of people who are super down for Trump, but how many of you are super down for, any other Republican that's not Trump? Like, if he isn't going to be the candidate, how down for the GOP are you really? It would behoove us all to know exactly what our next best option is. And again, I don't intend to. I'm not saying that the Libertarian candidate is going to be the president in the next general election. That is super unlikely, and I would bet money that that's not going to happen. But the wheels of politics turn very slowly. It's a gradual change, and what happened in the convention, where the Mises Caucus took over and swept all the old guard, all the progressives out, put them on track to really be a force. And so Jamie Dean says, unless the voting system changes to the preferred vote, then people will always vote not the other guy over their actual standings. Malice says it. Malice said it just now. Why vote for Jorgensen when Biden can win? Well, that's exactly that's been the narrative about third party, whether it's Libertarian, whether it's Green Party, whether it's anything else, and that's precisely why I'm showing this to you guys, because I think for the first time in at least my lifetime, we have something new. We have something here. So it's not the most exciting thing in the world. I get it, but it's important. It's important. And if you care about the other stuff that I'm saying on this on this channel, then this is stuff that, maybe this isn't going to be the wildest show that we do, but not every show can be wild. It's sometimes we're just getting smarter. Sometimes we're just figuring out, oh, there's some cool shit going on. And it's not super exciting, but it's fucking cool as shit. So let's be smarter.
And then the convention will happen, I believe, in May of next year. Personally, I'm really frustrated that it happens so late in the game, but coming into the chair position at this hour, there's nothing I can do to push it back. I'm going to have to work to push that back closer to the Iowa caucuses, maybe in the following election cycle.
So there was also some recent drama with Carolyn Harlos, I believe is her name. I'm sorry, I'm mispronouncing her name. She had been the secretary of the LP. She was very kind of, I don't want to say aggressive, but she, kind of forthright in her opinions. Other members on the committee, the leadership committee, what the term is, that run the party, had issues with her. And as a result of this, she was kicked off. What is her current status within the Libertarian Party?
Oh, she was reelected.
Oh.
She was reelected with a slightly higher percentage of votes than I was. I think it was 70 or 71%. So she was reinstated. They also reinstated her as secretary before the election, just as a formality, because the delegates thought what happened was wrong. So she's back in.
So what is the status of all those people who voted to kick her off as the secretary?
Well, not a single one of them was reelected.
Wow.
We didn't punish them in any way, but they're out. I think a couple of them have actually quit the party. I'm still waiting to get evidence, but the rumors are flying.
So one of the things that has been claimed in months recently, that as the Mises Caucus has started taking over the party, this has cost fundraising, this has caused party membership numbers to go down, this is turning the party into basically a dumpster fire. How accurate is that claim?
Well, I would say that fundraising had gone down, and some of that is because donors pulled out because the Mises Caucus takeover was evident, and some of it is because that always happens in a midterm year. That's just the way that it is. And some of it's because the party made some pretty poor financial decisions. But the good news is we got about 61 new lifetime members over the weekend, and still counting, and that raised us like $93,000 just there. We got 119 new memberships the last I counted, and it's like I'm just checking in with our staff like every few hours to see what the new number is. So we're already turning it around. We're about to start a big fundraising appeal to pay off the debt that was incurred in the last few months, which some people think it was to spite me personally. Some people say, oh no, it was just bad financial management. Either way, we're going to sort it out and get rid of it.
Folks,
so again, we're looking at this conversation from the perspective of what is different about her and the Mises Caucus than everything else in politics. And it's not necessarily something that's jumping out and be like, oh my God, this is amazing. But I think it's so important that we are aware that this kind of stuff is going on, and we can be a part of it. We can really be a part of changing how politics works. If we pay attention, if we actually do something, this should be no longer the case. This should not be true. And it kind of is. And I don't like that. And if you are here and you don't care at all about this, fair enough. But I don't know. This is fundamental stuff, and change is happening. Change is happening.
To make it as inhospitable a venue for as many people as possible, in order to have the people who have been running the party maintain their hold in power. That's
possible. I mean, that's what the Pennsylvania Libertarian Party did. They held their convention in Williamsport.
I've never heard. I went to college in Pennsylvania, in a small town in central Lewisburg, and I've never heard of Williamsport.
Yeah, no one had.
So I'm gonna. Here's what we're gonna do. So I think Angela is a good person to be in charge of the party, but she may not be the most interesting person. So what I think we can do here is go over to part of the problem with Dave Smith. That's definitely going to be more fun. And it should be more relevant in talking about what issues specifically do we care about within the Libertarian Party. So let's do that.
Fill her up.
You're listening to the Cash Digital Network.
We need to roll back the state. We spy on all of our own citizens. Our prisons are flooded with nonviolent drug offenders. If you want to know who America's next enemy is, look at who we're funding right now. Every single one of these problems are a result of government being way too big.
The Cash Digital Network. Here's your host, Dave Smith.
What's up, everybody? What's up? Welcome to a brand new episode of Part of the Problem. I'm Dave Smith, and as always, I'm joined by my handsome co-host, Robbie the Fire Bernstein, the king of the Caucus. The king of the party, really, at this point. What's up, brother? How you feeling?
I'm the king of this party. I'm the king of this party.
Doing great. I'm a world traveler now, Davey Smith.
Where are you?
Currently in Denver, off to Sandpoint tomorrow. Checked out Red Rocks for the first time. I'm living it, baby.
Oh, look at that. Well, come follow Robbie the Fire Bernstein around as he's on tour, having a bunch of fun.
So before we get too deep into this, I do want to just tie a bow on, Angela McArdle. And I think that, it does seem that maybe she is, again, not the best person to be the spokesperson for the party. She's not necessarily the most interesting and exciting and entertaining person. But it's important that we know that we, if she says something, she was coming with some heat. But that's not really her bread and butter. So again, knowing that she is in charge of certain things within the party, and that people like Dave Smith here have a pretty big role to play, we should be able, again, to get a good idea of what can this party do, and what is, especially if it's going to be a Biden versus Trump election in 2024, then, a lot of people are going to be looking at third party, and better libertarians than the Green Party.
And then don't forget, I'll be at Free Fest in just a couple weeks now. And then I'll be at Young Americans for Liberty Revolution 2022, speaking with some other great speakers there. I know Mike Malice, Ron Paul, Rand Paul, Glenn Jacobs, Kane in the WWE. It's
2 weekends out.
Remarks by the president. He said some things. He gave each. and they got him all messed up or whatever it is they do to get Joe Biden to carry him through a speech. He said one particular thing.
Yeah, Bullrush, I agree. I think Michael Malice is he's good, but I enjoyed what we were watching, but I can tell as in terms of trying to host a show for you guys that it wasn't really it wasn't really hitting the mark. So I definitely I'm glad that I got to show you that exists. I do think that while you're driving or doing laundry or cooking dinner or something, go back, play that. And it may not be the most exciting thing, but it's important to know these things, and you'll be glad as this whole political cycle continues to roll on. You'll be glad that you have a little bit different perspective than most people. You'll be glad that that there's something else out there, and especially when everything, over the next year, when things start to get really dicey, and you're like, oh fuck, this is not looking good. I don't know, if we're gonna make it. Then you have a little bit of that white pill. And obviously nobody has a crystal ball, nobody knows what's going to happen, but the point is it is in our hands, so let's do something about it.
That really got him a lot of pushback, and then his advisor kind of doubled down on the comment when asked. So take a look at all of this and have some fun breaking this down. So here is Joe Biden. Once again, I must remind everyone, he is the president of the United States of
It's called
America.
Dimension in Chief. I feel like that's a better title.
It's not bad. Well, he is the president. Whether or not he knows that is anybody's guess. But he is.
So I need you guys. I need your help to see what are we watching something that we want to watch, or do I want to find cue something else up? The more comments I get, I know that we're enjoying this, questions, stuff like that. I know that we're engaged. If we're just sitting here chilling, while I do appreciate that, I want to do more than that. I have the playlist on the channel. If you care what I watch. It's called If You Care What I Watch, and stuff like that. Last podcast, which may not be something that I'm going to bring up on the show, is going to be added to that playlist. And you can watch that stuff on your own time. We're here for a fucking party. We're here for a fucking party. And if you can't pivot, then you're not a good host. And we were getting a little slow there, so I had to pivot.
The president. Here is him from his speech yesterday.
Drivers and drivers around the world to pay that premium for this war.
As long as it takes. So Russia cannot, in fact, defeat Ukraine and move beyond Ukraine.
So there's Joey Bides. He was asked how long, will Americans have to pay these high gas prices? And he said, as long as it takes.
I thought the president didn't control gas prices. Guess I'm just stupid.
To defeat Vladimir Putin in Ukraine, which there's so much here. He goes on in the speech to say that Russia is the reason why gas prices are so high and all this other stuff. But, if you can, first of all, it's ridiculous to blame everything about high gas prices on the conflict in Ukraine, or Russia's war in Ukraine. And in fact, I guess we're all just supposed to pretend to believe that the Putin price hike, or whatever they're calling it, was so bad that Putin invaded Ukraine that it actually sent gas prices going up well before he even invaded. That's how bad his invasion was. Somehow we're all supposed to believe that.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys have seen the charts of when gas prices, but it was a good month before the invasion that gas prices were steadily going up. And then it's like, okay, invasion. And then there's a little bit more of a spike, but it was already going up. So that's more bullshit from the White House. Again, why are we listening to these people? Why are we voting for these people? And when I say we, I mean y'all motherfuckers. I didn't vote for this motherfucker.
So that's number one. It's all kind of ridiculous to blame this on that. But even if you conceded the point that this Russia invasion of Ukraine is the reason why gas prices are going up, or our response to Russia's invasion in Ukraine is the reason the gas prices are going up, because that's a whole different thing, right? Like, it's the same way that when they would talk about the lockdowns, they would talk about that as the effects of the pandemic, as if there was no other, as if it's just a given that you had to have lockdowns if you have this virus, and therefore the cost of the lockdowns is really the cost of the virus. But there's a whole other option in there, which is like, well, but you didn't have to respond to it this way. But even if you would grant that, We had to respond to Vladimir Putin with these sanctions, and that is 100% the reason for the increase in gas prices. Even if you were to grant all of that, which is bullshit, but even if you were to grant all of that, what are Americans getting for these higher gas prices? Putin hasn't been repelled. He's winning the war. Even all of that, all those narratives about
He won the war. I mean, they've said Ukraine is a failed state. He won. There's nothing else to do. We just spent, what was it, $40 billion to arm a bunch of Nazis to lose to Russia. Thanks, Brandon.
how Putin's fallen flat on his face and he's actually losing the war. Have you noticed that those have all started to go away? People aren't even really saying that anymore. People aren't talking about how much the Ukrainians are kicking the Russians' ass because they're not. So,
because we made our payment, the $800 billion that had to go over there and make a payment to our, I
I
guess,
think it's 80,
you know,
to be fair.
What was it?
80
Was it 80?
billion. Yeah, I believe so. I believe so.
Oh, maybe you're right, but they keep sending more, so it's hard to keep track of.
We'll get there. Hey, well, you were thinking optimistically. We'll get there eventually.
Yeah.
But
People made their money, so they don't have to sell it anymore.
Right. But so this idea, and you got to think it's pretty an unbelievable thing to like look at, and this is part of the reason I think why Donald Trump's kind of America First rhetoric was so popular, and understandably so, is that imagine looking, these people, the American people in the eyes who are just getting crushed under these prices for gasoline. I mean, really just being destroyed by it, and telling them, yeah, you're going to have to feel this pain as long as you can so that Ukraine is ruled by Kiev rather than Moscow.
Now, of course, we're not making the direct democracy fallacy here. But if you could directly vote on that, would you vote to keep supporting Ukraine and paying higher gas prices? Or would you be like, fuck Ukraine, bring my gas prices down? Not to mention, they're fucking Nazis.
I mean, I'm just saying human nature, if you're getting like destroyed, like your quality of life, your standard of living is being greatly damaged. You and your family are suffering from something. But hey, you're going to have to suffer as long as it takes, again, to make sure that Ukraine is ruled by Kiev and not Moscow. How does that sound to you? Like, seriously, like how, I think most people would go, I care much more about my family being crushed than
I care much more about my family being crushed. And I don't have a family. My family is me and this goddamn dog. And I can't even fucking afford to, I can. But obviously the prices of everything has gone up. I don't care enough about these foreign wars. And I'm not, I don't know how many times I can say it. I'm not some Trumper America, blah, blah, blah. It's just like, it's common sense. And hey, we got no freedoms in the building. What's going on, brother? Glad you are here. Talking about the Libertarian Party today. No Freedom says, I don't care about Ukraine. Just act like Russia is America. And this is in Africa, Middle East, etc. Exactly. It's people only care about it because they were told to care about it. There's a neighbor in the development that is hanging a half American, half Ukrainian flag. Like, one, where did you buy that? And two, why?
Do about what's happening thousands of miles away from me in two countries that, you're talking your average American here, like two countries that they really have no interest in, didn't know anything about until the media started obsessively talking about how Ukraine is the last stand for democracy. That's
literally what I was about to say, is that how many of these people who have the Ukraine flag in their Twitter bios, or before Pride Month, of course, then they switched it to the rainbow. But how many of those people actually knew anything about Ukraine before they were told to care about to care about it? Very, very few. And even now, I bet you most of them couldn't point it out on a map. And if they did, they just go, okay, well, I know Russia's here. So if they're invading somewhere, it's got to be close.
As they jail political rivals, and like as the government seizes news outlets and disbands the political parties, that somehow we need this Zelensky guy to beat this Vladimir Putin guy. This is so important and worth it. It's revealing about where their priorities lie. You would think
it's also not even an attainable goal. So yeah. It's nonsense. It's not happening. So
it wouldn't be an American war without an unattainable goal. It would not be an American war unless victory was something that was literally impossible.
Why did we invoke this war, and why do we continue to push it? We could have de-escalated this thing months ago.
Yeah, no question. And at least could have tried. Could have tried to, not, rather than intentionally escalating it, intentionally provoking more conflict. But you would think, right, like a politician would have to, and look, we all know politicians are corrupt and they lie and all of this stuff, but you would think they would at least have to sell you on the idea that they're doing something for you, like rather than selling you on the idea that I'm imposing a sacrifice on you for some, goal of containing Vladimir Putin, and then of course they have to like have this very abstract thing that he's going to take over the world. I know they were able to sell this with the Soviet Union, but I think most people could just kind of see the difference between Vladimir Putin and Joseph Stalin. And I'm not even saying like morally, although that obviously there's a difference. Like I'm not even saying like, oh my God, he hasn't killed tens of millions of people. I'm just saying the idea that he's really going to take over the world because he moved in on Ukraine. Explain to me how that gets to be like where this country.
And this is why I love Dave Smith, because he's not saying anything that fantastical. He's just very good at breaking down the bullshit and breaking it down into this is what you think, this is what you want. And when you put it this way, yeah, it's silly. It's silly.
With a GDP smaller than Italy is going to what? After this costly war, what they're going to just keep? I'm saying it's not impossible that they expand a little bit beyond Ukraine, but the idea that this is some menacing threat that the American people must suffer in order, I don't see how this is possibly selling one. So anyway, there's been a backlash from this, and then one of Biden's top advisors was asked about this on CNN because this is the thing that people objected to in the speech, and he had this to say, which just ended up getting more pushback.
Sustainable. What do you say to those families who say, listen, we can't afford to pay $4.85 a gallon for months, if not years. This is just not sustainable.
What you heard from the president today was a clear articulation of the stakes. This is about the future of the liberal world order, and we have to stand firm.
Now, there you go. Now, first of all, it's interesting when they start by saying what you heard from the president today was a clear articulation.
I don't think anything you hear from a president is a clear articulation.
They just have to convince you. What you heard from the president today was a strong young man willing to stand up for his value. There's never been anything that was a clear articulation that's come out of this president's mouth. But there he says it right there. Here's the question. Question in there. Well, what about the person who says, yeah, I can't continue to pay $5 a gallon for gasoline for months. Like I can't afford this. It's going to crush me. And he says, well, what you heard from the president today was that we're going to do that. And why? To maintain, quote, the liberal world order. And this sent a lot of people into a fury. It is something to tell people that it's like, he basically just says, it's like, well, why do we have to suffer so much? Like, oh, for the new world order. That's why.
Exactly.
We got to keep up this new world order thing.
They're not even fucking, hiding the bullshit anymore. They're not even trying to make it seem like they care about you. It's literally because the left-wing establishment narrative is that, of course we have to be in Ukraine. Then we have to, whatever comes with that, the gas prices and everything else, arming Nazis, more tax money going to another country. All of that is, of course, necessary. So if you are opposing it, then you must be part of the problem. Pun intended.
And that in itself is pretty funny. By the way, this thing, a lot of people are online saying, well, look, he said the quiet part out loud here. They kind of revealed that the conspiracy theorists were always right or something about this, or this is always true when you use the term world order, or this is always the response when you use that term. But just to make it clear, this hasn't been the quiet part. They've been saying this for a long time. I mean, Henry Kissinger wrote a book called World Order. The phrase New World Order was used by Bush Sr., by Henry Kissinger.
Yeah, but the idea was that they were trying to put the message that they weren't trying to make a new world order, a globalist, a liberal world, all of the things that they're saying that, it went from all of us kind of knowing that that's what was going on, and these buzzwords being part of the zeitgeist. But you didn't hear the people in charge using those terms in such a direct way. Maybe Bush talked about it or said it, but he wasn't saying, okay, we're fucking you over for the New World Order. Like, that's not how it happened. I mean, I haven't read this book by Kissinger, but No Freedom says the funny thing is seeing people in the LGBTQ plus holding Ukraine flags. They seem not to understand that they don't like the alphabet people and that they are Nazis. Yeah, I mean, it's just straight up left-wing propaganda. Like, right down the line, it has nothing to do with anything except these people said this thing, so that these people, these voters will vote this way, and we can give money to where it will benefit us. It's straight down the line propaganda. And it's sad that, with so many people, with in the last, let's say since the COVID regime, there's been so many people who've been red pilled and have woken up to the fact that, like, regardless of what your political beliefs actually are, the media is there only to pit you against somebody else. It's not there to inform you. It's not there to do anything else. Yet there's still, I would say, I think it seems like a majority of people still following their assigned narrative. And it's scary because at least the people on the left, the people that No Freedoms is talking about, they seem to think that they are this new age, grassroots rebellion. Yet they're parroting the exact things that the establishment is saying, and they're supported by every corporation in the world. It's so backwards. It's so backwards. And, part of the reason I started listening to this podcast with Dave Smith is because he's so good at just boiling everything down to, hey, this is what's happening. Doesn't that seem weird? If you wanted that, doesn't it make sense that you would want this? And he's just on point. So if I can get one of you guys to start listening to Dave Smith, then this is a successful stream. I just need one of you.
By a whole bunch of, like, really powerful people. It's not as if, and they also use these other terms like homogeny or the whatever. They have a bunch of terms for what it is. It's really the American empire. That's what it is. All right, guys, let's take a quick second and thank our sponsor for.
Not gonna advertise on my shit without fucking paying me. Come on. Jesus Christ. There we go.
TP. All right, let's get back on the show. Liberal world order is a real.
So how do you guys feel about that phrase, liberal world order? Because New World Order is insidious, but at least it doesn't have a direct bias. Obviously, that is a liberal leaning. I don't want to say liberal. I mean, I would say, yeah, just establishment. Remember how much we talked about how antiquated left versus right has become. Not always, but certainly in this context. The New World Order, the globalists, whatever, the Illuminati, whatever you want to call it. That was always something that was a more of a, I don't want to say right-wing conspiracy, but the left wing and the far left would focus on more domestic type of issues, where as opposed to what I've seen from the right wing, quote unquote, crackpots. They're much more involved in the geopolitics of the whole world, and like, oh, this stuff is going on, and this country is doing that, and so that country's doing this. And I didn't realize, especially because the word libertarian to most of us is a very small ideology. It's just the non-aggression principle. Just, hey, you let me do what I want, and I'll leave you to do what you want, and let's not infringe on each other. And that is pretty much what people mean when they say libertarian. But it's very interesting how libertarians are often very learned when it comes to international geopolitics, because of how these how these values are or are not upheld throughout the world, and how that affects us here at home. Very interesting. Very interesting. But yeah, now they're calling it the liberal world order. They're not even saying it's, some apolitical thing. They're saying it's the liberal world order. That scared me. I don't know about you guys, but
euphemism. Like they don't mean liberal, in the classical sense of the word. They mean
obviously.
neoliberal.
Yeah,
and what
right.
neoliberal really means is the American empire. I mean, that's what this all is about. And that, it's not like in the
it's so crazy that I didn't even know where he was going with that that phrase. They don't mean liberal. Like, what do you mean they don't mean liberal? They're not talking about. I even forgot, even calling myself a 2015 liberal. I'd forgotten in that moment that liberal didn't always mean brainwashed establishment parrot. It didn't always mean that. But it does now, doesn't it?
From the true meaning of the word liberal, it's not like they're like, liberal, like all the lockdown countries,
Exactly.
We have to maintain these liberal societies. I mean, if you really examine them, these societies are pretty goddamn authoritarian. But that really is, there is an admission there. And that's really what it's about. And it's not about, I know I've made this point before, but it'll help you like really decode and understand what these people are talking about if you just always look at it from understand what they really mean. What they really mean when they say liberal world order is the American empire. And if you look at it that way, things just make a lot more sense. And it doesn't matter exactly what tool or organization is being used. It's like, okay, technically Ukraine wasn't brought into NATO, but they were brought into the American empire, right? We had a coup there in 2014, overthrew the government we didn't like, put in the government that we do like. They are now in the world order. They're now in the American empire. And Vladimir Putin invaded America in that sense. So this is when you see Max Boot. He was on one of the...
Again, that Dave Smith pointing on the fucking nose. On the nose. I don't even have anything better to say. I'm not smart enough to add to that.
Sunday shows last week. And he said, we have to stop thinking of this at Max Boot, if you don't know, is like one of the neocon, foreign policy guys. And he said, he goes, we have to stop looking at this as Ukraine's war and look at this as America's war. This is our war. Basically we were attacked.
Wow. No, we weren't.
And this is true from their perspective. Like, this is true if you think that America's role is to be the world empire. In that sense, the empire was attacked. But if you actually look at the countries that are inside the empire versus outside of the empire, well, you could certainly say that a lot of the countries outside of the empire are authoritarian. Russia is an authoritarian country to some degree. China, to a much larger degree, is an authoritarian country. But that's not really what distinguishes them from the countries inside. I mean, Saudi Arabia is inside the American empire. They're far more authoritarian. I mean, even than China. Now they're not as big a country or as powerful an economy as China. But I mean, what Saudi Arabia does is some pretty brutal shit. Saudi Arabia, if you were to compare Saudi Arabia and say Iran, it's not very clear Saudi Arabia is more liberal, right? So why are they a part of this liberal world order? Oh,
because of the money and because of the oil.
Because it has nothing to do with being liberal. It's just the American empire. They're our puppet, and Iran is not. Iran is outside of the American empire.
So what the real takeaway from this is that America, the American government, views themselves as this liberal, classically liberal establishment, and that we need to push, and not that this is new, but that we need to push our values to the rest of the world. What is new is the fact that we are more of the bullies as time goes on. If you just even looking back to World War II, then, it made sense to someone to get involved in, the things that were going on around the world, because they were really bad. And, of course, I don't think anybody would argue that we shouldn't have gotten involved. But now we have Similar things going on. He was just talking about Saudi Arabia, and they're doing the exact same thing in Yemen, and nobody seems to care. But because we're told to care about Ukraine, then we care about Ukraine, and we'll pay higher gas prices, and we'll do all of this shit, and we'll vote or we'll support sending billions and billions and billions of dollars while people at home are struggling just because. Freedom says the funny thing is that America didn't care about the Nazis. That's right. They knew what was going on and didn't care until Japan bombed the U.S. Even after that, it was Russia who was the main ones taking down the Nazis. Exactly. And I mean, I'm pretty sure it would be incorrect to say that America didn't play a role in taking down the Nazis. But yeah, that was, we were completely happy to stay out of it. And that's why I say it's arguable, because did it, if the Nazis were never going to really take over the world, then how many Americans died for that reason? I don't want to say for no reason, but for that reason, how many Americans died? And if you care so much about that, then why aren't we getting involved in Yemen? Why don't you know more about Yemen? Do you know a lot about Yemen? I don't. Why is that?
So that's really what this all comes down to, is that Russia is outside of the American empire and Ukraine was inside. So they took a piece away from the American empire. So what they're really telling you here is that American citizen, you must suffer.
Hey, we got a JH in the building. What is going on? Says, have you seen Dave talk to Scott Horton? He is real knowledgeable about Yemen. Yes. And, to that point, I had trouble keeping up with that podcast because they are two insiders, again, right in the weeds of all of this stuff. They know what's going on. And as somebody who is, going to them for this information and nobody else is really talking about it, it's tough to keep up because there's so much happening that if you're not keeping up with it, then it's not one of these things that you can kind of just jump in and, again, just nobody's talking about it. Nobody is talking about it. But yeah, Scott and Horton, I actually was in talks with Scott Horton's publisher or something. And I almost got Scott and Horton on the podcast, the I Didn't Read Your Book podcast. But he said he was too busy with the convention that they had, so I lost him. But yes, Scott Horton is very knowledgeable about Yemen, and the only reason I know about the genocide in Yemen. Glad to have you here, JH.
For the American empire, which is basically what the whole thing always is. It's that the American empire is at the expense of the American citizen. Now, Americans get confused over this because they have this idea in their head that America means the middle part of North America, from the Atlantic to the Pacific, from Canada to Mexico. They're like, that's what I'm talking about. Plus, Alaska, Puerto Rico, or whatever, right? They're like, that's what I'm Hawaii. That's what I'm talking about is America, that area. But that's not what these people are talking about. They're talking about the world. And so, yes, they're quite happy to sacrifice the people who happen to be living in this geographical location to maintain a world empire. And in this case, they see it being important that Vladimir Putin is destroyed in order to do that. That's really what they're telling you.
Wait, so it's not about saving the citizens of Ukraine? No.
Hey, if that is how you feel, then okay. You're on a good course right now. However, if you think that maybe dominating the entire world is not worth sacrificing you and your family's suffering for, then maybe it's really none of our business who rules Ukraine.
I'm going to go with the latter. As somebody who doesn't even have a family to feed and simply is affected by the fact that my job requires me to drive, I don't want to, I don't really care who rules Ukraine. I'm sorry. I don't have the bandwidth for that. And I don't think that it's fair to call me a bad person or say that I'm immoral in any way, because this is not one of the issues that I do talk about when I talk about so many of the things that are issues to me. You know, maybe if you don't talk about anything and you don't speak out about anything, you don't stand up for anything, you know, maybe there's somebody who could say, how dare you, da 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 da. But I've only got so much fucking bandwidth. I've only got so much bandwidth. And I have to care about America before I care about anything else. And it's crazy to me. It's crazy that that's always been a controversial position. It's crazy to me.
Maybe we don't have to sacrifice anything. Of course, I digress from my initial point, which should be pointed out again, which is that all of this has nothing to fucking do with Ukraine. We don't have high gas prices because of Ukraine. I believe you had Gene Epstein on your show on Run Your Mouth, which people should go check out if they're interested, really kind of breaking down how this increase in gas prices is just not because of Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine or the response to it.
Yeah. But that's what Biden said. Are they saying Biden lied? No.
Yeah, well, what Gene was explaining is that the oil that otherwise would have been coming from Russia is now just going to India and China. So, like, if you looked at it as one big bathtub of worldwide oil, it's not actually taking away supply. It's just going to different locations. Does that make sense? Like, in other words, there's not a decrease in global supply. It's just going to different locations. So, like shouldn't really affect pricing. I think the untold story in American gas prices is that you have to make investments that might take 10 or 15 years until they're profitable to increase supply. It's things like the Keystone Pipeline, or it's getting more of the producers online, or building a well. And these things might take 15 or 20 years before they're profitable. So if you're in a new regulatory environment where a president comes on and says, hey, you don't want oil, we don't want fossil fuels, we're moving towards green energy, are you going to make those investments that you might not be able to see profits on for 10 or 15 years? Or if you're even at risk of, let's say Donald Trump comes back in office, but then you got AOC after her that's going to shut down your investments. So you're going to make those necessary investments that would decrease the pricing in oil in the United States and increase supply. So at least that's kind of what the oil companies are saying, is that you've told us you don't want our businesses here. So this is kind of like the last stand to kind of cash in on existing infrastructure.
Yeah, well, listen, let's just say hypothetically, right?
Who else have you heard talking about gas like this? Who else? Again, I know it's not the most exciting shit. But if you're not aware that there's other ways to think about this, then you're locked into the establishment narrative. You have to be able to see that there's other shit going on, and you don't necessarily have to be somebody who, reads every little thing about every little thing and knows every little thing about every little thing. But every issue that we deal with is never as simple as they make it. It's never that simple. They want to sell you an easy problem that has an easy solution that they will provide for you, and that's the formula, over and over and over and over again. And if you're not looking at, it doesn't matter if you agree with everything he's saying or not. Fact is, you haven't heard anybody else saying it. And now you are armed with more information to go talk about this stuff with the next Biden stan who's going to say, oh, Biden. Now, okay, well, what about this? And what about that? And what about that? And the next person who's saying, oh, well, Biden's just doing this because of Ukraine and he doesn't care about America. And it's like, well, maybe it's a little bit deeper than that. And while some of those things may be true, we want to be accurate. It's not just about your side winning, or it's not even just about getting the results that you want to get. It's about understanding the system, about understanding what's happening around you. And it's not easy. You gotta put the work in.
That we were in, like, I don't know, I'm trying to think of an example. Okay, let's say hypothetically that the president of the United States and every single major corporation and everybody, everyone in Congress, and really on both sides of the aisle, like the Democrats state this and there's not much pushback from the Republicans. But let's just say hypothetically, they all agreed that in 1 year, we're going to ban podcasting. Podcasting is no longer going to be a thing. We have to get off podcasting to save the planet. And we all agree that at this point, let's just make it a year to make it more exaggerated. We're going to get off of this. Do you think me and you might start not investing in a podcast anymore? Like, do you think Lewis and Ralph would be building more studio spaces to bring more? Like, no, probably not. Right. And so now, okay, I know they say 10, 15 years, but as your point, this is like kind of the window of these investments, that the time frame that you have to be thinking in. So yeah, of course, if everybody's saying we're going to be completely off of fossil fuels, we're going to be completely carbon neutral or whatever in 15 years, then yeah, of course, oil companies are going to be a little hesitant to make investments on that time frame.
And so no freedoms here. Let's be honest. I don't even think Biden knows he's president. Let's be honest. I don't even think Biden knows he's Biden. I don't even think Biden knows he's Biden. But what Dave is talking about is the fact that they in the lead up, in the campaign, in the race, talking about going completely carbon neutral and getting rid of fossil fuels and shutting down all of that stuff. That was part of the platform. So it makes sense that these companies started producing less. And even if, and I'm not saying if as, that it's a big if, but even if there is price gouging, there's still the fact is that it's just not the end of the story. It's just like, oh, well, the gas companies are doing this, so that's it. That's the easy answer that they want to give you, because you can't do anything about that. But you can sure as shit speak up about, hey, remember when Biden was saying all of this shit that he was going to shut down the fossil fuel industry, and now we don't have enough fossil fuels? Don't those things seem a little bit connected some way? I don't know. Maybe directly.
And so this is what's going on right now is, they're being demonized by the politicians for record high profits. But the fact is that they're just not reinvesting these profits. They're sitting on them because they don't know exactly which way the political winds are.
They're not reinvesting. They're just sitting on it. So that's why I was saying if, because again, I assume that from what I've heard, the price gouging stories and this price gouging narrative is at least somewhat true. But what the fuck do I know about gas futures and shit like that? And it makes, what he's saying makes sense. Let's run it back a couple.
They're just for record high profits. But
let's see. Does this make zero sense?
The fact is that they're just not reinvesting these profits. They're sitting on them because they don't know exactly which way the political winds are going to blow. No.
That is, again, even if you don't agree with that, I haven't heard that explanation from anyone else on the right or the left. And it really makes you question, okay, who is getting their bread buttered where? Because you would expect that regardless of which side you're on, that you want to push a narrative that makes your side look good. But if you have the opportunity here to say that, oh, this, either that the president did this, so now these companies are in this position, so they're doing what they're doing because of Biden, or you want to say, oh, look at what these companies are doing, then you need to have the understanding of, well, why are these companies doing what they're doing? Is it just pure greed, or is there a reason? Is there a reason? Do they have a reason to think, oh, maybe we need to hold on to our production and we need to make sure we're getting our profits in before we know which way the political winds are going to blow?
And you can see that in the dividends that they're now paying out to investors, as opposed to investing in growth in their companies. But in terms of the New World Order, what I kind of see them doing, which also my conspiracy brain starts wondering how intentional this was, but it seems like they're trying to go, listen, gas prices are always going to now be $5 or $6 a gallon, and so what we need to do is pivot to green energy. This is our opportunity because gas is so expensive that now the windmills and your solar panels and other things might make sense. And the risk of working on fossil fuels is that you might have to be working with a country like Russia, which is so evil. So we need to get away from that. And that to me is like this new socialism kind of based off of a green initiative. And what makes it socialism is that fossil fuels are really good. Cheap energy is kind of the foundation of a good economy. So if you're going to purposely slow down the economy and make people pay more for, basically every good and service going up so that individual companies that are invested in green energy can profit. You know what I mean? That's top-down centralized control socialism in the name of benefiting strategic partners like a BlackRock.
Yeah, well, Ludwig von Mises, the greatest economist ever lived, he had this great quote, which I can't exactly remember off the top of my head, but he had some quote about ignoring economic laws. And he was like, you can ignore economic laws, but they're still laws. Like, you can ignore them, but they're still, like, you're still going to have to deal with that reality in the same sense that I could say I could ignore gravity and jump off a building, but pretty soon I'm going to meet gravity. Gravity is going to let me know that it is in fact there. And it's funny watching these people who just don't know nothing about economics or know and just completely lie about it. But at one point in the speech, Joe Biden said that we know that we can lower the price of green energy. And it's just funny when you hear the government talk about lowering prices. Like, it's like, do you motherfuckers even know what a price is? Do you even know what that means? Like, what is it? And it's like, that's the problem, is that it seems like far too many people don't know. But like, if the price of something is too high, that's information. It's information that's being conveyed to you. In the same way, if the price of something is so low, that's also information. I remember, the Federal Reserve talking about this when they were buying up toxic assets after the 2008 crash. And they're like, well, I mean, if the Federal Reserve doesn't buy them, I mean, no one else is going to buy them. They're worth zero. And you're like, exactly. Like, that is some market information for you right there, which is that nobody wants, these are worthless. So you buying it is just basically putting the taxpayer on the hook for worthless assets. That's not good. The fact that
exactly, again, more like, I don't have anything to add to that. Where else are you hearing this? Where else are you hearing this?
These other forms of energy are expensive, are letting you know. It's literally the market telling you that these are not ready to take care of the country. And you can try to, do whatever hocus pocus you want. I can say there's no such thing as gravity and jump off this building. I'm still going to fucking fall because the laws of gravity still exist. So you can say whatever you want about, we're going to move the numbers and make it appear as if these are cheaper. All right, guys, let's take a moment and thank our sponsor today.
So again, the notion of this, the whole point of today is looking at the Libertarian Party, and is it something that we need to be concerned with? Is it something that we want to follow and even see what's going on? And even further, is it something we want to support? We talked, we went over Angela McArdle a little bit, and we're seeing, this isn't, unfortunately, I didn't watch this episode before I brought it to you guys. Not the most super exciting episode, but I'm glad that you guys are sticking around and understanding how important this stuff is. I think, a lot of other people who pop in and out might kind of just not see the relevance. But I know that you guys, for still being here, are clearly understanding that something is happening.
Your order. All right, let's get back into the show. But at the end of the day, what's going to happen is that there will not be enough energy to meet your needs. That reality is going to come back to you whether you choose to ignore it or not. The truth is that with so many of these problems, whether it's the supply chain stuff or whether it's gas prices or any of it, the answer to this politically is what the answer always is, which is literally, it's so obvious that all you need to do is just have free market capitalism. These problems are solved. These problems, I'm not saying it solves every problem. The human condition comes along with some problems. The fact that humans are flawed creatures. There's always going to be some problems in the world. But the idea that you're like, we have more than enough natural resources in this country. Look, just if you think about it this way, if they, to the point you were making before that we were talking about, if you just said to all of the oil companies, listen, we are completely backing off of this plan to be off of fossil fuels, to be carbon neutral. From here henceforward, there's going to be no regulations on oil and gas and all of this stuff. You can go drill on any land that you own. You can drill on public land. You can drill on your private land. We're going to just let you do business. If there's a market for it, go out and sell it. No problem.
And this is where, a lot of people will typically get, make fun of the libertarian, and it's like, oh, well, it's exactly the opposite of what we've been saying about how everything just has this simple answer. The simple answer from libertarians always seems to be free market capitalism. But the difference is that he's come with receipts. He's backing up his logic. How many times this week have we talked about people who were just saying shit without backing it up? And I don't think that anybody really is, I can't say that, but I think even the people who are most stridently against free market capitalism would have to say that at least that would be better than the crony capitalism that we have right now. I think that would at least be preferable. If you're some communist or socialist, obviously that's not the end goal. But I think we can agree that free market capitalism would be better than what we have right now.
And no one's coming to get you. Theoretically, let's say some 30-year-old was just elected and he was going to be, king for 30 years. He controls Congress, and you had assurances that this was not going to happen anytime in the future. What do you think would happen with the cost of gas?
Going down.
Go way down. And we'd have plenty, and we'd be the world's biggest exporter. You know what I mean?
So again, I understand that may not be something that you agree with, but he has presented a position. And he has presented the backing for that position. And so if you disagree, fine. But why? Why is he not right? He sounds right. Why is he not right? And he's actually given us the things that back up his statement so that if he is wrong, you should have no issue saying, oh, it's because of this. And if you can't do that, so No Freedom says, yeah, that is not a good idea at all. There is a reason why no country will ever go full, I guess you mean full laissez-faire capitalism. You really need I don't know what that says. So why not? Again, this is a claim and fair. I understand that, that may not be something that everybody agrees with. It may not be something, it may not be even a viable solution. But you have to, I need to know why. I don't all you've said is that it's not a good idea. Why are the things that he said? Why would the prices not go down if the regulations were gone? And the gas companies had to compete with each other? Well, why wouldn't the prices go down? That's what I need to hear.
Have more than enough energy for our country to the point that we'd be selling it to the rest of the world. There'd be money flooding into the United States. And
even that, to say that not only would the prices go down, but then we would be in a position to be producing and selling to other countries. Again, it's not like the usage of any of this is going down. Even if you want to say, okay, starting today, right now, we're going to go completely green, completely carbon neutral. You still need, I don't know, a decade of using fossil fuels to develop equipment and batteries and microchips and all of that shit. All of that needs fossil fuels. So again, why would a complete deregulation of the oil industry not bring the prices down? Or, I guess that's not what No Freedom said. If No Freedom says that it's just not a good idea at all. So why?
All of this pain at the pump would go away. We have, you talk about things like food, but we have more farmable land in America than any other country on earth. You think under laissez-faire capitalism we'd have any problem producing enough food for our country? Do you really think this country, this level of economy,
probably gotta stop turning food into fuel, which then creates other environmental problems?
Right. Well, do you think a country where just
does anybody know what that means? Stop turning food into fuel? And that went over my head. I don't get that part.
Kind of common sense looking at it. Do you think if this country was free and business was allowed to flourish and operate, do you really think that in the same country where me and you can have weekly conversations from across the country, looking at a screen at each other and then put it out to the people, all the tens of thousands of people who are going to be watching this within the next, few minutes of it being uploaded and all this shit. Like, do you think we'd have trouble producing baby formula in this country absent government interference? Yeah, it's just like, this is all so obviously could just go away. So that also, you keep in the background while you hear Biden being like, nope, you're just going to have to suffer like this.
And again, it's so obviously just, that's usually the rhetoric of somebody who doesn't know what they're talking about. So that's a red flag to me. And so I'm open to the argument that this is not a good idea at all. To say that, oh, this would just solve everything. It would be so easy. That doesn't sound realistic just on its face. But I haven't heard a reason.
Because we have these global ambitions. And so this is all, it's all insanity. I just got, what's his name? Was it Alex Epstein? Is that his name? He just wrote a new book called Fossil Future Fossil.
I have it on my shelf. He's really cool. I bought the book. I have to read it, but he's cool.
Well, his previous book was fantastic, and it was The Moral Case for Fossil Fuels. He's fantastic, and people should look into it. But just like the idea that we've so demonized cheap, capable energy is really something. It's so bizarre. It's like the idea that you're like, oh yeah, this is this thing that is like the lifeblood of modern advanced economies, and let's demonize that.
People also don't realize that it's self-correcting, and that if we continue to grow economically, like, we don't even know the technological inventions that are down the road. So like, if you're really concerned about fossil fuels, the solution is burning them. Burn them, burn them, burn them. We'll keep growing. And then down the line, we don't even know the technological inventions that they might have to get us off of them. And then, of course, any conversation about fossil fuels, you can't ignore nuclear, which we could be carbon-free worldwide. We don't even know how good the nuclear technology would be. Now they're looking into like the new, small modular nuclear reactors, which there's a lot of, I think the military submarines run off that shit.
So exactly, why would I don't even remember the fucking first point he made. What did he just say? We
could be burn them.
Oh yeah.
Road.
So yeah, to burn them. So it's not like we are not going to be using fossil fuels. So if you are so hell bent on getting rid of them, then it would make sense that you would want to, put all of this energy towards whatever it is that you want to happen. Instead of fighting for us to not use the fossil fuels at all, why are you not fighting for us to put those fossil fuels into the things that I was just talking about green energy and all that? But that's not the conversation. That's not the conversation. It's just the oil companies are this and that. Or fucking, what's her name? Greta Thunberg. How dare you?
So if you're really concerned about fossil fuels, the solution is burning them. Burn them, burn them, burn them. We'll keep growing. And then down the line, we don't even know the technological inventions that they might have to get us off of them. And then, of course, any conversation about fossil fuels, you can't ignore nuclear, which we could be carbon-free worldwide. We don't even know how good the nuclear technology would be. Now they're looking into the new, small modular nuclear reactors, which there's a lot of I think the military submarines run off that shit. So it's already done.
Do any of you guys know why the left is so against nuclear energy? I'm not familiar enough with narratives to really, to understand what the actual justification is for saying, okay, we need alternative energy sources, but not nuclear because blank. I don't know what that argument is from the left. I know it's strong, and it's strong in the sense that a lot of people fight for it, but it doesn't seem to make sense. The science is there. It seems to me like they think nuclear and they think, the atom bomb and they think Fukushima, and that's it. That's the end of the thinking. Is it any deeper than that? Or is that just what they're thinking? Please do let me know.
There's a reason why we're not purely nuclear, and it's just regulations.
Yep. No, 100%. You're absolutely right. All right. So switching gears here, this call it both of our eyes. AOC, the brilliant economist, was on with Stephen Colbert, the former funny person.
Yeah, JH, that's exactly what I thought. It's too dangerous, and they're scared. It is, there is a risk factor, but and again, I'm not an expert on nuclear energy at all, but I think a big thing is nuclear fusion versus nuclear fission. And I think the fact that, like Fukushima and Chernobyl were nuclear fusion, which, as I understand, the waste that comes from it is very different. But we have now ways that can produce nuclear energy that don't have the same waste production. I think there's some new form of something or another. Maybe it was the module thing he was talking about, which actually has negative waste. But they're like you said, they're just scared and they don't know any better. What else is new? No Freedom says, actually, it is not that dangerous compared to the things we already have. Yeah. Can things go bad? Yes. But it's better than the things we have now. Yeah. But, I for whatever reason, all the Greta Thunberg stands in the world, not good enough for them. Wait, you'll stop tomorrow. Except for the one way that everybody agrees with.
And they had a talk. They were talking just about the
Shout out to part of the problem for that hard switch, because it definitely felt like we needed it.
state of the country, fallout of the abortion SCOTUS decision, and this came up.
When you mean delegitimize, I want to hear the rest of the answer, but I hear that word delegitimize, and certainly in Casey, they actually were worried that they would lose legitimacy in the court. They do irreparable damage to the court.
Yes.
What do you mean when you say delegitimize?
So what that means is that the Supreme Court has a power. Its power is in whether its rulings are heeded and respected, and if so, how much and to what extent. And when we have the framing of, the framing of our government, the presidency, Congress, the President, Congress, and the Supreme Court are supposed to be three co-equal branches. Co-equal, none with supremacy over the other.
Right.
And when any one of those branches overreaches its authority, it is the responsibility of the other two to check the overreach of that authority.
Okay, I agree with her so far.
Supreme Court has engaged in the overreaching of its
And there's the disagreement.
authority in denying the human and civil rights of
Oops! Not a right.
any pregnant person or person that could become pregnant
Right,
in the
just
United
pause it
States
for a
of America. They have
It's a fascinating civics lesson from AOC there. So the Supreme Court making abortion the law of the land is not overreaching. But the Supreme Court saying that we don't have the authority to make it the law of the land, the states can decide, that is an overreach. Now,
yeah, the whole argument all along has been keep your government hands off my body. So what do? They took their government hands off your body. And then you still freak the fuck out. Now, Freedom says we already have people okay with poisoning or drinking water to make a buck. I mean, damn, we have people okay killing children for money. No schools, healthcare, police, food safety, etc. in capitalism. So are you saying that with unfettered capitalism, we would have? Why would we wouldn't? So like unfettered capitalism, we wouldn't have schools, we wouldn't have healthcare, we wouldn't have police, we wouldn't have food safety. Is that what you're saying? I think that's what you're saying. I just want to make sure that I understand. We'll continue while I'm waiting on an answer from you, brother.
what she says here, and she, I mean, listen, AOC is not this stupid, okay? But when she says that the Supreme Court has denied a basic right. Now, first of all, it's just so funny, as I always say, they can't bring themselves to even take on the argument. Now, I was on Kennedy the other night, and one of the progressives guests that Kennedy regularly has on is this guy, Richard Fowler. And he said, he brought up, he was talking about abortion, and he goes, well, I just think there's a lot of externalities to abortion that Republicans aren't considering. Like, what about, and then, uses like the crazy rare but horrible example. What about a baby that's, got a horrible condition, the health of the mother, things like this. And
okay, so yes, I interpreted correctly. So I disagree completely. No Freedom says, yes, I am. Every country has a mixed economy of some kind. I don't disagree with that, but you're already seeing, let's go down the list. No schools. So we're already seeing, homeschool pods. That's a thing that's becoming more and more popular just within the last 2 years. That people are taking their children out of the government system homeschooling, but not necessarily, being the teachers. They're organizing within their local community. That's exactly what they're talking about before, and what libertarians always do about more local governance. You'll just people in your neighborhood, much less your county and all of that, but people in the same areas, they're getting together and creating these pods where either they pay to hire a tutor who can run the pod, or you'll see pods where it's, let's say, for the sake of argument, let's say it's 20 families. So you have 20 kids in the pod, and let's say once they rent out a whatever center, and once a month you have to go in and teach a class, and you're all in on the same curriculum, and you're just doing it without the government healthcare. There's still going to be doctors. And when healthcare becomes actually competitive, then they can't charge the prices that they are charging now. Much like school, where you used to be able to afford a college education on a part-time job. Why did that stop? Because the government stepped in and started paying for it. So the schools were like, fuck it, let's just jack the price up. The kids are taking out the loans anyway. So if they can't do that with the schools or healthcare, then we have to, then people will, do what they have to do. Doctors are not just going to disappear. They're going to open up practices, and those who are not good will not work, and those who are good will get business. Same with police. We already have a level of non-government police, which is called private security. Are you telling me that you don't think private security could exist without a government? Food safety, same thing. I definitely think, as a practical person, I definitely don't think that we should have zero regulations when it comes to food. I think that's extreme. I think that's the kind of thing that has always turned people away from libertarianism. But the fact is, if you are selling food that is not good, whether it tastes bad or it gets you sick or it's too expensive, people aren't going to buy it. So again, I mean, yes, every country has a mixed economy of some kind, but this is really only I wouldn't necessarily say that this is inherently a good thing. I think this is part of the issue, that there's too much of that mix. I think if we were to go closer to the laissez-faire version of capitalism, then you're not going to have these corporations that can use all the bureaucracy to their advantage and lobby for more bureaucracy so that they can pull the law up. I don't think it's a perfect system, but I think it's better than what we have now. And so yeah, what say you about what I said about the schools, about healthcare, about police, and about food safety? While we're waiting,
I said at some point, I go, yeah, Richard, but like from the pro-life position, there's an externality to every abortion, which is the dead baby. It's just like it's almost like you're talking to pro-life people.
I missed what he was saying. I was looking for a pause spot. Let's go back.
Things like this, and I said at some point, considering like what I just think there's a lot of externalities to abortion that Republicans on abortion are regular human. Yeah, I was on Kennedy the other night, and one of the progressives guests that Kennedy regularly has on is this guy Richard Fowler, and he said, he was talking about abortion, and he goes, well, I just think there's a lot of externalities to abortion that Republicans aren't considering. Like, what about, and then, uses like the crazy rare but horrible example. What about a baby that's, got a horrible condition, the health of the mother, things like this. And I said at some point, I go, yeah, Richard, but like from the pro-life position, there's an externality to every abortion, which is the dead baby. You know, it's just like it's almost like you're talking to pro-life people and going, I don't really think you've thought this through because there could be some negative externalities that you're not thinking about. It's like,
and just a little comment on the production here. I love that Robbie knows to kind of just let Dave do his thing, because Robbie's a smart guy, and I listen to this podcast a lot, and he definitely comes in with points that Dave didn't even think of. But it's interesting to see, just from a also running a show, it's very interesting to see the chemistry they have, because on a point like that, clearly Robbie agrees. But in the same way that I was like, yeah, I just don't, that's a good point. I just don't have anything to add to it. Let it sit as it is. Sometimes that's the best way to do it.
How are we even having a conversation here if you can't address what the other side's argument is? You know what I mean? Like, anyway, but when she's, so this idea that you're denying a right, well, of course, the question is about whether it's a right or not. Right? Because if it's killing a baby, then no, you don't have that right. That's the question. If it's just, if you're starting from the assumption that it's a right, then yeah, of course, whatever. But even that would be incorrect, because she says the Supreme Court has overstepped by denying a right. The Supreme Court has not denied anything. The Supreme Court said that state governments can write laws about this. So even in this case, your argument would be here that the state of Texas is denying a right. Okay? That would be the argument to make. There's no argument here that the Supreme Court has said that, but isn't it fun?
And even still, they're not denying a right. They're simply not giving a privilege. That's it.
Funny that all of a sudden claiming.
Oh, come on, Dave. Come on, Dave. I cannot deal with people who say all of the sudden. Come on, Dave. All of a sudden. Is there only one sudden? There's only one IndianJesus. That's why it's the IndianJesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Don't forget, there are support links in the description. I would love if you could help out the channel. But even if you can't do that, it's absolutely free to hit the like button, to share it with somebody, to leave comments, to like, comment, subscribe. All that good stuff is absolutely free. What does No Freedom have for us? No Freedom says, if I pay the fire department and your house and mine caught on fire, whose house are they going to save first? If the fire is so bad and our lives are in danger, they're going to try the person who paid. I agree. But the idea here, again, just like the school thing, with that you don't pay individually. You have that option, but it would make more sense for the fire department to compete with other fire departments for a municipality. So it wouldn't be like house to house. It would be, okay, the No Freedoms fire department is south of South Street, and the IndianJesus fire department goes north, has the contract for north. So like if you phrase it like this, then yes, you create those issues. But that's not inherently something that, it doesn't inherently have to be done house by house by house. And so, it's essentially like completely getting rid of taxes and then bumping up the HOA, which I know doesn't necessarily sound amazing, but you have a lot more control of your what happens with your HOA than you do with your entire county, or your entire. What kind of, is jurisdiction even the word? I'm struggling over here, but you know what I mean. Like the what a fire department is responsible for it's got to be harder to deal with the governing body of that than just having your own, than just doing it yourself. I don't understand why, then we could easily have a fire department that operates based on, that just is based on municipality. And I don't think that would be anti-libertarian to say that you have to, that if you want to live in this area, then this is what we have, similar to an HOA, that, they can suck, but they also serve a purpose, and people choose to pay into them. So yeah, what if we had a fire department that was like, there wasn't anywhere that was not covered by a fire department. It was just, instead of paying taxes to the government, you pay part of this to your bill to your homeowners association, and they outsource the police, who's going to fix the roads. Like when I in my development, I own this condo, but it's part of a development. I don't pay for I don't pay for like landscaping. They shovel. There's like an awning over my front door that it's like about to break, and like I'm not fixing that shit. I'm calling them to fix it. But obviously, at my parents' house and down by the beach, those things are not the same in that development. They probably have a lot of similarities in their HOA, but the point being is that they have their own rules there. And you can choose, okay, if I want to live here, these are the rules in this local municipality. And by decentralizing everything, then this municipality can be, similar in the sense that, okay, we all want fire protection. But maybe you live, super far inland versus living on the beach. I don't necessarily need flood damage coverage as much as my parents do living on the beach. And so maybe for their HOA of their development, they're paying more for that. And they can choose, okay, we're going to do this, but and I can choose not to. So Freedom says that is true. But are you okay to risk that humans will be smart enough to do that on a large scale? It just reminds me of India and how we can clearly see poor and rich. That is a good point to bring up. And I don't necessarily trust the people that much, but I do trust the people who have these ideas, who are capable of putting in the infrastructure. I do trust them. And right now, those seem to be more conservative candidates, and more specifically in the Libertarian Party, where it's like, okay, we are looking for a drastic change. And the Republican Party is not looking for drastic change. And again, no matter where you stand politically, are you comfortable saying that America does not need any sort of drastic change anywhere? No Freedom says, we have some car and bike makers saying you have to pay for airbags now. Well, do you want airbags or not? And I mean, if we have, so the idea is, what I assume you're saying here is that because the government requires airbags, that some car and bike makers are exploiting people by charging more for those things. I may be incorrect. That's what I'm getting from what you're saying with this. But if you're not somebody who wears their seatbelt or rides their motorcycle with a helmet, maybe you spilling shit over here. Maybe you don't really care about airbags. And the people who care about airbags will certainly pay for them. But if you make them too expensive, then the next person can just charge less for airbags. They can't be that expensive. So if that's what you're using to, competition is always so if Freedom say, oh no, they don't work unless you pay for them to activate. Yeah. Maybe some people don't want to pay that. What if you can't afford a car, period? And there's an option to get a car without airbags that you actually can afford, where you can go to a job, make some money, and then pay to get them activated. If you were in that position, would you prefer that there was an option that was cheaper, even if it was less safe? Or would you prefer to just be stuck not having a job and not being able to do... I don't know. I don't know how far it will go. But the farther we take it, it seems to still fall in line. I mean, where is it? Where would it be that it's too far? That's the question that I would want to ask. Not how far will it go, but where is too far? How much choice do we really want to give people? And me personally, I want to maximize that choice. I want to minimize the choices that the government is making for us. So definitely a good point, or rather, good question, but I don't know if it necessarily is a great point.
Like she just said, co-equal branches, right? And everyone was so upset with Donald Trump for claiming that Joe Biden is the illegitimate president. But now all of a sudden, the Supreme Court is illegitimate. And she's not even making an argument that, like, well, at least Trump, even if he's wrong, was saying, well, look, there were all these dumps, there was cheating, there was widespread fraud. That's why Joe Biden is illegitimate as president. Now, at least that would make sense. You could say that's not true, but if it were true, then there would be an argument there. She's just saying they're illegitimate because she doesn't like the way they ruled.
Give me a second, little podcast.
That's it. Therefore, illegitimate. I don't like it. I think the federal government should decide this, not the states. Therefore, illegitimate.
It's such a crazy outlook that they have.
We got a low pocket in the building. Just in time. What you mean just in time? You missed the most of the show, brother. You missed most of the show. Talking about the Libertarian Party and why laissez-faire capitalism is better than what we have now. Freedom is saying, how far will it go? But my response is as far as it needs to. And I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. Well, Paco, what do you think about the Libertarian Party? And are you aware of the Mises Caucus taking over the Libertarian Party, or what that even means? Hold on, I need a sippy sip here. Cheers to those of you who are cheersing. So No Freedom says, yeah, it is bad now, and we do need a change. But damn, I don't trust a lot of companies. Imagine Bill Gates able to do what he wants with no rules. But imagine you having the power to avoid Bill Gates, because the barrier to entry to make an operating system isn't so high. You don't need all these government licenses, and there's not all these restrictions. There would be other Microsofts. There would be other options. So you are stuck dealing with Bill Gates because of the fact that there are rules. If there was no rules, then Bill Gates wouldn't have the power that he has, because computers are not that complicated. Now, I don't know how to build one, but I know dumbass motherfuckers who do. I know people who can program this, that, and the other. And if they could do it without the barriers to entry that exist in, corporatization and again, I don't know exactly how Silicon Valley works, but it's not just hey, I've got a good idea. Check this out. No, you have to be part of the club. You have to be in the, you have to be in it. And I think Bill Gates is very happy, very, very happy with the level of government regulation there is. I think he would be far less powerful if we had laissez-faire capitalism. Now, again, I didn't say necessarily that the world would inherently be a better place. We haven't gotten that far yet. I'm just trying to talk about the specific reasons why this laissez-faire capitalism, in comparison to what we have right now, would be worse. I'm not saying it would fix everything. I'm just saying it can't possibly be worse than what we have. This is barely even capitalism, and it's certainly not fair. And there's certainly governments helping. There's certainly governments helping corporations, and corporations. There's a relationship there, and and not the way it should be. So No Freedom says, wait. So how far are we going to take this? Because what about copyright rules and etc.? What type of safety will we allow? Those seem like two very different types of questions. And property rights are a big part of libertarianism. So copyright would definitely be, intellectual property is property. Property rights are, again, a big part of libertarianism. So I don't see an issue there. And when you say, I don't know what you mean when you say, what type of safety will we allow? The podcast says Bill Gates was on Epstein Island. I bet someone has something on him. Maybe that's why he acts like a shill. Yeah, I don't see any other way that he is who he is. I don't see any other way. But yeah, again, no freedoms. Copyright would fall under intellectual property. Property rights are a big part of libertarianism. And just looking for a little bit of clarity on the what type of safety will we allow part. Diving back in.
Where it's like their opinion is the end result that I want is absolutely true and moral. So any process that didn't get me the end result that I wanted must be corrupt.
And then they talk all day long about democracy. Like they talk all day long about the process and how much they love the process. It's like, oh, okay, well, what if, like, okay, right now, I do think, probably it depends on what poll you look at and how specifically they ask the question, how many weeks into pregnancy. But more people certainly believe that abortion should be legal under some circumstances than believe it should be illegal under all circumstances. There's definitely more people in the country that believe that. It's like, okay, but what if there wasn't? What if 51% of people thought it should be illegal under all circumstances? Then if we had a hash referendum, would that legitimate? Would AOC go, yep, well, that's democracy for you? Of course not. She'd still say that's illegitimate. So it's just like what you're saying. There is no, basically, yes, unless you get a progressive end, it's illegitimate. That's it. Any questions? That's what we're up against.
Any questions?
Shit. There's a couple more seconds of the video.
Yeah. And that's exactly something that, goes against just the integrity that we wish. I don't know about you guys. Let me just speak for myself. That I wish that even people we disagree with could come to the table with a level of integrity and authenticity. And I know that is pie in the sky. But if it could just be a little bit closer to being real, then I don't know. I feel like things would just be better. We wouldn't have to worry about the fakeness, the layer of fakeness on top of everything that we hear and see. But again, maybe I'm just thinking wishfully here. So No Freedom says Disney tried to copyright the Happy Birthday song, and they paid the courts to steal songs and stories from others, as well as extending their own work that had been and should have went public domain. So I'm a little confused on the direct relevance, because I was asking about the safety part. So if we're going back to the copyright rules, at Disney, somebody does have the Happy Birthday song copyrighted. You cannot, you can't sing it on, well, I mean, you can sing it, but you can't play a recording of it on YouTube. That's why when you go to a lot of restaurants, they have like happy birthday, because they don't, I mean, a lot of restaurants just don't give a shit, because who's going to fucking go into an Applebee's and be like, hey, you're stealing the happy birthday song. But, that is why a lot of restaurants do sing a different song, as well as extending their own work that should have been public domain. So I guess the question there is, what I would need to know what you're talking about that should have been public domain. How did what did they do? What did they do there? If you have an article or a video, I would love to bring that up and get into that, because that's a great hard example that we could talk about the pros and cons of that one thing. But yeah, I'm not really sure what the point is. And again, just going back to the idea of, less government regulation. Well, if the original creator of the Happy Birthday song were to, as far as I understand copyright when it comes to music, that if you can prove that you created whatever it is, then it doesn't matter if you have an actual trademark or a copyright or something. Like just having, for example, just having a YouTube video of me singing a song is enough that if I went to court and somebody else tried to, copy that song, for the most part, it is the fact that it's published You know, like, I mean, just think of YouTube, how easy it is to get copyright claimed just by having, they have an algorithm. Nobody even has to say anything. You know, the Joe Rogan stream that we did got copyright claimed because of that fucking 2-minute PBS video that we did. But yeah, I just need a little more here. I'm not really sure what you're trying to get at. No freedoms. Pocket says, see, there was a reason those turds got picked on in school. Look what they do to us now. I totally don't feel bad for them. I don't know who you're talking about, but if there's people fucking with us because they got picked on in school, then I agree with you. 100%. Pay it forward. Don't be a little bitch and live in the past, right?
Engaged in overreach, and it is the responsibility of the president and Congress to put the Supreme Court in check because they have delegitimized.
What does that mean to put the Supreme Court in check if you didn't get the result you wanted?
That's something else that I wanted to draw upon. You know, she's talking about how, well, the Supreme Court didn't do what we wanted to do. Oh, gotcha. The Supreme Court didn't do what we wanted them to do and overreach. So now we're going to call their hands-off approach overreach and demand that they do what we want and call it overreach when it's really just them doing what they're there to do. That's it. That's what the Supreme Court is for. To determine these types of things. And they determined correctly that it should go back to the states. They didn't say it shouldn't happen. They didn't say it can happen. They said it's not our fucking business. That is exactly what a government should say.
It's like you just want a dictatorship like that. And the other part that annoys is that the process is supposed to be, you got a constitution, Supreme Court, basically if a law is passed, they just see is in check with the Constitution. Now, you can change the Constitution. I mean, if the entire voting public wanted a right to abortion, couldn't they create a new law that said that it is...
Yes, Robbie, they could. Or they could have just codified Roe v. Wade into law over the last 40, 50 years. But they didn't. Why? Is it because they just assumed that humanity would be so great in letting everybody have any abortion they want? Was it because they wanted the Republicans to come in and destroy Roe v. Wade? Yeah, that's exactly what they wanted, because they don't have any other issues to rally on. What else is a legitimate left-wing issue that people can actually sink their teeth into? Any real or not, any left-wing issue that takes hold and has any momentum is always cultural and never does anything. Like, what is it? What else do they have?
The United States recognizes that every single woman should have a fundamental right to abortion. Like, if 99% of the country thought like that, the same as they thought, I guess, at some point, we shouldn't have slaves, you can change the document, and then the Supreme Court would have to enforce the document the way that it's been changed to be.
Exactly.
I don't even think you would need an amendment to the Constitution. I mean, they could write a law. They could write a law that says, you know what I mean, that like that women that you know. I mean, I don't.
That Roe v. Wade is law.
I don't even know. But I think they could just write a law that says that, you know, at least through, say, the first trimester or something like that, you can't restrict women's abortion or something like that. But
that's exactly what Roe v. Wade said. They just didn't codify it into law.
Yes, if you're right to make it like really strong, you could amend the Constitution, put an amendment in there. But yeah.
We got our biggest tickets in the building. And exactly on point. Diggus Biggest says Dems and Republicans are on the same side for themselves, and that is precisely why we are taking a look at the Libertarian Party. That is usually a joke, but may just start becoming a real force in American politics because of people like Dave Smith here and Angela McArdle, who we listened to earlier, among many other people. I have a TYT video about libertarians to go over with you next. It's tough. I gotta say, it is. I did not expect it to be this tough to make libertarianism interesting, but it is tough. This stuff is not exciting and fun, but it's so important. And I really appreciate that you guys are sticking around to listen to this stuff and at least hear my opinion, because I think that I might not be right about everything. I know I'm not right about everything, but at least I have some good ideas. And when it comes to specifically politics, when it comes more specifically to political parties, I know that the Uniparty is just as Biggest Diggus is saying that the Dems and the Republicans are for themselves. And most politicians are. But I see something different happening in the Libertarian Party since the Mises Caucus has taken over. You can see it right behind his head. This little, the M with the fire, it says Mises Caucus. That's what he is representing. He potentially could run for president. Now tell me you wouldn't want this over Trump or Biden. Lipaka, you are correct. Ross Perot was a libertarian, and the only reason I know that is because my middle name is Ross, and my brother used to make fun of me by calling me Ross Perot long before. I mean, I didn't know who Ross Perot was at the time, and I don't know why I got so mad, but I fucking hated it.
But they know they don't have the votes for that. So, it does come back to that democratic process. And by the way, I mean, despite the energy that
the main Lopaka, to just piggyback on what I just said, the main libertarian that the Mises Caucus and Dave Smith in general, or in particular, are modeling themselves and their worldview and their political standing is after Ron Paul over anybody else. So, yeah, Ross Perot may have been a libertarian, but the big thing about the Mises Caucus is, at least with the more recent libertarian candidates, presidential candidates, the Joe Jorgensen and Gary Johnson, the Mises Caucus is like, yo, fuck them. They didn't know what they were doing. They're good people, but they didn't have it. We got this. We're doing this for real. And I'm interested. I think they can, like I said earlier, I don't think that we're going to, I think that the chance of us seeing a libertarian president in 2024 is probably zero. Probably zero. But that doesn't mean that the Libertarian Party cannot be a force that matters. A force that, hey, you have to worry about what the Libertarian Party thinks. You have to cater to people who are libertarians. Otherwise, you will lose the general election. I think that is something that we will be able to say in 2 years. Pocket says the libs weren't so extreme before. Ross would be a Republican now. Yep. Yeah. No Freedom says, I really wanted to know what the world would be like if David Goggins became president. I would be a little scared of that. I don't know if I'm a man enough to live in a world where David Goggins is president. He might say everybody has to wake up by 4 a.m. every day and run a marathon every morning before work. I don't know. I'm definitely libertarian when it comes to that shit.
This is, pumped into the left. The Democrats look like they're going to get stomped out in the midterm elections. So this whole democratic process, again, probably ain't going to lead the way you like it. But no, what she's saying now is that Joe Biden should really consider packing the court. That should be what they consider going after next. So there you go. These words.
That's a whole other. We're not going to get into that today, but I mean, okay. So drop a 1 in the comments if you know what they mean by packing the courts, because I feel like you guys. I don't need to spell that out for you. But if you don't know what that means, I would love to do something on, another stream like this. I'll spread it out. We'll have some more fun ones in between. But I just can't avoid some of the topics that are not as exciting, but are important to me. I wouldn't be doing this platform justice. And right now, this platform is just a bunch of us dudes hanging out. But that is quickly changing, very quickly changing. So, what did I always do this. I don't fucking remember what I asked about. What did he say? Going on. What did he say?
What they consider going after next. So
packing the court. So packing the court refers to that we have my biggest thing is, so packing the court refers to the notion that we've had 9 Supreme Court justices for, I believe, over 100 years. I'm pretty sure it was over 100 years. Don't quote me on that, but for a long ass time. And we started off with, I think, 5 or 7. And because of the the rate at which shit was going to the Supreme Court on the federal level, they were like, yo, we just don't have enough people. We need more people. There's more, the population's getting bigger, and we need to have more people on the court. So they added more, and they ended at 9. You need an odd number, obviously, so that you don't get split decisions, or not split. You know what I mean? The draw on a decision. But because of things like Roe v. Wade being overturned, because of the fact that Roe v. Wade was overturned due to the fact that President Trump was able to put 3 justices on the court, because RBG wouldn't retire under Obama. Obama could have gotten one of those seats, but she decided not to. So now that there's those 3 justices plus, I believe, 2 other conservative justices, and then the other 2. So yeah, I believe it's a 5-4. So there's 5 conservative justices and 4 liberal justices. And so what they want to do is add more seats. When they say packing the court, they mean add more seats, so that once they get a liberal Democratic president in, that they can just have, they'll put 14 justices, so that they, even though there's a majority 5-4 now, then they'll make it so that they're in the majority with that, because the Supreme Court justices have a lifetime appointment. And that's just a terrible idea, because everybody is going to continue to pack the court and packing the court and packing the court, and then you're going to get the Republicans packing the court on their end, and then you get a Democratic president, and they're going to pack the court more on their end, and that's a slippery slope. So that is not what we want. Biggest Diggus says, we would be so screwed if we had a dictator. 3 scoops. Oh yeah. No Freedom says, hell no. Just make them have term limits. We have all of these people in Congress and Senate, so and they can't get anything done. Well, I would say part of the reason they can't get anything done is because of their term limit. Is because they are not, because they have to campaign to get reelected. That's the entire reason. The entire reason that Supreme Court justices are appointed for life is so that they can be like, okay, look, you're nothing, nobody's voting on this. Nobody is, whatever. You've been a federal court judge for however long. You've proved that you're, as fair as we can get. So you're in this position. And despite the fact that, stupid liberal people are going to gather outside of your house, despite the fact that that's illegal, that whatever they say can't hurt you. So it's your job to just interpret what we're talking about to the best of your ability according to the Constitution. If we have term limits, then we're going to have people, looking to work in such a way that they can get done what they can get done when they can get it done, as opposed to just, hey, this is my life now. And campaigning is not something that we want judges doing. I think that's a terrible, terrible idea. I think the fact that they are the only branch of government that doesn't have to campaign, we've never really had a huge issue like that with the Supreme Court, the way that we have issues with presidents, the way we have issues with senators, the way we have issues with every other aspect of government. The Supreme Court is exempt from that because of the fact that they don't have term limits, because of the fact that they don't have to campaign. I don't know what this means, so I'm not going to read it, but I'm going to assume it's funny. Biggest says, I'm so smart. We should turn over the government and military to an AI computer. What could go wrong? Well, we all see Twitter, right?
What they consider going after next. So there you go. These words have no meaning. The Supreme Court is now delegitimized, and to legitimize it, we're just going to have to pack the court. But more
Back in
justices.
the court, I know that historically it's even been done. Was it once or twice that they've done it?
FDR did it. I think that's the only time. I could be mistaken.
But to me, packing the court would be no different than if you lost an election, you're like, well, we're gonna add elector colleges. We're gonna
That's a great point. That's a great point. There's no difference between it's just changing the rules because you lost to make it seem like you won, even though you lost.
Puerto Rico, and guess what? They had 20 people for me. It's like you need to kind of establish the rules of the game and let that game play. Now, the current game, I agree, it's kind of dumb that when people die, you get to put in your justices. Like, it's not an interpretation of law. We're currently, you know what I mean? Because you kind of know exactly the way people are going to rule, and the game is trying to get as many of those people onto the court. So it's stupid. It's not like an interpretation of law. So if you wanted to rewrite the rules for the entire way that this is done, I would entertain that because I think the current system is really stupid. But just to lose and go, all right, well, we got to temporarily. They go, oh, we have to temporarily block the filibuster. We need the filibuster. The filibuster is really important. No, but on this one, we got to take a pause to it.
But it's not even adding electoral colleges. Like, I agree basically what you're saying, but it's like adding presidents.
Yeah,
it's like,
changing the rules.
Donald Trump won the presidency, but we're just going to change the rules so that there's 3 presidents. So it's Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden, and Donald Trump. You're like, oh, wait a minute.
2 against 3, because then they vote on everything.
Yeah. That's a perfect way of analogizing packing the courts. So Lapaka says Biden will do it. He will pack the court. If he can, I mean, he doesn't have much time now. I don't know what the process is, but I haven't heard anyone who is worried that Biden's going to do it. So I assume, could be completely wrong about this, but I assume that there's some type of process that would take longer than 2 years to change the number of justices that we have so that Biden wouldn't be able to do it. But, relatively quickly, that could, those rules could change. Zone Freedom says, I guess I'll just hold my ideas until the world gets smart enough not to vote for a dead pimp or a dancing stripper. No, man. That's not how it works. You need to be out on the front lines, making sure that you're sharing what you know with the world. Otherwise, there'll be deader and deader pimps and trashier strippers. The South Park episode about a douchebag and a turd sandwich was like 15 years ago. People aren't just going to all of a sudden get better. If you have ideas that can better our lives as Americans, then step the fuck up. We need you. The answers are not, we don't have all the answers. We need people. And that's where they come from people. The founding fathers were great people, but they were just people. They were just dudes. And so are we. But that doesn't mean that our ideas are stupid. That doesn't mean that just because, maybe our ideas are good and everybody else is just dumb as shit, that we shouldn't talk about them. Because how the fuck are they going to learn if you don't speak up? You are absolutely free to hold on to your ideas and wait for the world to get smart. You absolutely have that right. But you're going to be waiting a long time, and you're going to be angry at everybody for not thinking what you think. But you wouldn't have tried. I think we were having a great conversation, and now you're just saying, all right, well, I'm just going to give up on that conversation. Is that how you think the world gets better? We need to be able to step up, and even if people are going to disagree with us, even if we know we're right, and everybody's going to disagree with us. Happens a lot. To me, at least. You still have not a responsibility, not an obligation, but whatever the closest thing. Whatever the closest thing is to an obligation, you have that to stand up and say the thing that nobody else is saying so that we can all learn it and we can all do better. You may not get love and adulation for it, but this country was built on people who, the old saying of, the man who built, planted a tree whose shade he will never enjoy. It's not about you getting adulation for your ideas. It's about if you have ideas that will make life better for people, for your countrymen, then why would you hold on to them until all people already think that? How do you know that people will ever get there? Maybe you are the guy, No Freedoms. Maybe you are the person who brings us into a different style of living altogether. Or you could just put your head in the sand and stay quiet. It's up to you.
Yeah, and the three of them have to come to a majority consensus. Or so, it's just ridiculous. All right, there's some more with AOC. Let's go to that.
There, Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Couple quick things before we go. There's some speculation as to whether President Biden is going to run in 2024. There's some reports he's a little frustrated that people keep asking because he keeps on saying yes, and people go, "Are you sure? Are you sure?"
As they should be. Why the fuck would he run again? And I can answer that because he has no other way to. His drawing his value from being in politics is just like the girl, the teenage girl who is going to break down if she doesn't have enough likes on her TikTok. That's Biden. He doesn't even know what he's doing anymore. He just knows this is all he knows.
I know somebody who's going to turn 35 about a month before the election in 2024.
Geriatric pregnancy.
And they represent New York's 14th. Is that job appealing to you at all?
I think that...
Theoretically.
Listen, I think that we need to focus on keeping a democracy for anybody to be president in the next couple of years. And that's my central...
You mean Democratic Republic?
...focus is helping the people of this country.
So it's possible.
I don't know about that. Well, I don't know about
I'm just here to get you in trouble.
Exactly, you're getting me in trouble. I don't know about that.
Is it just me? This makes me feel sick. Like, ugh. Obviously, you knew that he was going to ask that. You're like, oh, I don't know. This is such a surprise. I never even thought about it. Like, the president, wait a minute. I can be the president. I am turning 35. Oh, my goodness. That's such a great idea. Guys, I just had a great idea. Get the fuck out of here.
Before we go,
Stephen Colbert does seem to ask her if she would run for president. I love there's just something so funny about this. She goes, well, we have to protect our democracy so that anybody can be president. Like, so what does this even mean? What is she saying? So, because again,
we need people like Trump to be able to be voted into power. So I as long as our democracy.
It's just right back to your point. It's fascinating how this is just like their worldview or outlook. It's like, oh yeah, like if Donald Trump wins, then it's illegitimate. Then you're not really a president. Then we don't have a president anymore. Again, because they voted for the guy you didn't like. Then all of a sudden it's not real. I did think something else there was interesting and revealing, and it's almost the thing that goes under the radar. What's really interesting here is that this...
I just want to... Everybody perk up, because this is when Dave comes in clutch. He noticed something. And he said, what's really interesting here...
is very blatantly, and you should really notice this, because this is how politics works. The role of AOC here, typically speaking. I mean, just imagine someone that she wasn't in yet, but someone in her position in the year 2011, 2012, or 2011 and 2010, and they're asked about Obama running for re-election. And Obama has said every single time he's been asked, yes, I'm running for re-election. No question. I'm the president, and I'm going to be running for my second term. Yes. And some young progressive congresswoman is asked, well, a lot of people have been speculating over whether he's going to run for president, but, he's annoyed they're speculating because every single time he says yes. But would you consider running for president? And they go, well, I don't know about that. Don't you immediately see what's going on here? No, the response is
I don't immediately see what's going on here. If you guys know what Dave is talking about, please, I would love to see somebody hit that before we get to it. In the meantime, No Freedom says, I wonder if I can ask Russia to make me president. You can ask, but I'm going to go out on a limb and say that won't work out. But does anybody know exactly what he said? That's the interesting part. You would immediately see what's going on here. No, the response is supposed to be, let's see.
Supposed to be. No, the president has told you he's running for re-election, and I fully support him because he's done such a great job.
Duh. The fact that Biden is so bad that I couldn't even fathom somebody saying that about him. Obviously, that's the answer. Is that hitting you guys the same way that's hitting me? That obviously that's the answer. It didn't even occur to me to say, how could I say, of course the president said he's running again. So I'm exactly as JH is saying, not towing the party line. I didn't even think of that, but that's how bad Obama is, or not Obama. It's how bad Biden is. And No Freedom says, dude, have you seen when Obama came back to the White House? Not really. When was that? I feel like I remember hearing something, but I don't remember specifically. But of course, that's the answer to the question. Of course, you're supposed to say JH hit the nail on the head. Of course, that's what you say. I couldn't even fathom that because of how bad Biden is. That's crazy. Let's run that back just a couple minutes.
He's annoyed they're speculating because every single time he says yes. But would you consider running for president? And they go, well, I don't know about that. Don't you immediately see what's going on here? No, the response is supposed to be, no, the president has told you he's running for re-election, and I fully support him because he's done such a great job. That's what the response is supposed to be. That's not at all what she did. This is throwing Biden under the bus,
Absolutely.
whether people catch that or not. That
absolutely, 100%.
Not only is she entertaining the idea that it's possible that he may not run for re-election, but also not saying that she would support him in the case that he did. Because if you would support him and you think he's doing a great job, then you would just say that. No, I'm for Biden. That's the guy. I'm not president. I'm not running for president. So there's something.
That's why. It's because it's so ridiculous. That's such a ridiculous position to take in 2022. Wow. How could you think that this man can? Moving on. Let's finish this up. We got a couple minutes left.
Interesting here, and even the tacit admission by Stephen Colbert. A lot of people are speculating, even though he says this, even though he says that he's running all the time. Well, why is that? Why are so many people speculating? I mean, I know you guys aren't actually allowed to admit it out loud, but because he's senile? Because he's way too old to be competent at any job, let alone this job? Because you're not sure that he would be up to the task of being a greeter at Home Depot?
Who the fuck is Mike Obama?
And yet he's the president of the United States of America? Does that have something to do with it? Maybe. Just saying. It's kind of interesting how the two of them dance around this.
Why don't I know who Mike Obama is? Mike Obama? What am I missing? Fill me in. I feel stupid.
No, they're not saying it directly. It's pretty obvious right there. You're like, oh, if you really thought this guy was competent and doing a great job, as you kind of pretend to, then why would we even be having this conversation? Why wouldn't you dismiss this immediately? Anyway, I just thought that was
I love the idea of Biden at Home Depot. Guy walks in, excuse me, where do I find the wood? And he's like, we don't have any wood here. There's no wood.
Hey, come on, Jack. Don't you come at me in here talking about wood. This is a bookstore. So this is your vest says Home Depot on it. What? Oh, you're crazy, man. Can I sniff your kid's hair? No,
it's a vest on me.
All right, that's our show for today. Thank you guys for listening. We'll be back.
No, I don't know. Fill me in. What are we talking about? Who the fuck is Mike Obama? All right, Mike. I'm gonna feel stupid if I know who this is already. What? Got it. Got it. Okay, I got it. Yeah. I do feel quite a bit stupid for that one. We're just gonna pretend I did not know that. So we went through that whole podcast, and the point that I wanted to bring to you guys is that it's not. Yes, we have the Uniparty. We have the Democrats, and we have the Republicans, and they're kind of on different sides. But at the end of the day, what they're looking for is exactly the same fucking thing. They work for the same people. They want the same results. They are looking for war. They want inflation. All of this shit. That is not the case with the Libertarian Party. And let's use somebody doing their absolute worst. And you know that if these people are trying to hate on people, that they can do this quite well. So this is a video from April from TYT entitled "Libertarian Debates Are Hilariously Unhinged." And the main reason I want to show you this was just a juxtaposition from the stuff that we just saw. Again, maybe not the most exciting shit in the world. Maybe not. But, if you're looking for, oh my God, this was it. Go hang out at Mr. Beast's channel. That's not what we're doing here. But libertarians have been fucking crazy in the past until very recently. So let's just see what TYT has for us.
Should someone have to have a government-issued license to drive a car?
Hell no. What's next? Requiring a license to make toast in your own damn toaster?
The license to drive? I'd like to see some competency exhibited by people before they drive.
Daryl Perry's voice sounded familiar to me. And I remembered that he actually has debated others. He has debated a progressive, Sam Cedar. And it's one of the most legendary Sam Cedar debates of all time.
Oh my God, I can't fucking wait to see this.
And we've got 2 clips to show you. Let's go to the first one. And remember, Daryl Perry called into the show because he wanted to debate Sam Cedar. He thought, I got this on lockdown.
So just based on Anna's demeanor here, I'm going to assume that it was typical old school libertarian bullshit where hold on, I'm alive. Typical old school libertarian bullshit to say like, oh, get rid of the driver's licenses and the EPA and the FDA and all that stuff. What I expect is Sam Cedar to brush off those ideas so quickly that we don't even, as viewers, get a chance to see, okay, all right, what is the rationalization here? What is the logic here? That's what I'm going to assume. Let's see if I'm right.
Like, I got it. Let's see how he did.
We're talking about the current paradigm of how could you own land? And there are things right now that exist. When you go buy land, you get a deed for the land. If you're talking about what would happen in a free society, then there would be competing agencies probably that would issue some.
Yeah, guys, I would love if you could hit that like button. We're a little low on likes right now. If you haven't done so, please hit the like button.
Such deed.
Which one would
You're asking me to centrally plan liberty, and that's not what I'm interested in. What I'm interested in.
Wait a second, I want to hear about that.
Hold on, Sam. Hold on. Let me finish my thought, and if you keep trying to piss me off, I will disconnect from the call. So you're asking me to centrally plan liberty. I'm not interested in centrally planning liberty. I'm interested in promoting the idea of human freedom.
Okay, so wait.
So already, dude's triggered. Dude's triggered as fuck. Chill the fuck out. Why are you yelling? This is a Libertarian Party that I knew. And that I don't want to have anything to do with. Because you sound fucking crazy. And you're talking to Sam Cedar. This should not be a difficult endeavor.
Second. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset you. I'm just trying to figure out.
I think you absolutely did mean to upset me.
No,
I think you absolutely do want to try to push me into a corner to where you can say, see, you don't have the answers of how freedom works. Damn it, Sam. Nobody has all the answers on how freedom
He probably is, Mr. fucking, what is his name? I don't even know who this dude's name is. He probably is trying to trigger you and trap you into whatever. But you're not helping your cause, dude. Chill out.
That's why freedom is so important.
Look, he's passionate.
Oh, Jank, because you never get animated like that, right? You never get animated like we've never seen Jank go crazy.
And it's good to be a passionate person.
Damn it, Sam, in this debate, you're trying to push me into a corner and prove I'm wrong.
100%.
Well, that's kind of how it works, right? And, you know, freedom, nobody has hell answers to freedom. No, but nobody's asking for answers to freedom. You said that they should record deeds, just like the government records deeds. He was going to ask you a super simple question about consistency in your argument until you lost it about your toaster.
No. But no, I mean, like Sam brings up a good point, right? Which is libertarians want freedom. They want no government interference whatsoever. But if it comes to protecting your property or determining who owns the property, how do you determine that? He specifically says we have agencies. Okay, well, who gets to determine which agency is credible and which agency is not credible? And so he didn't have answers to it and he freaked out. Okay.
Yeah, who would determine an agency to record deeds? The government would. It already does that.
Turns out that the government actually does play an important role, even when it comes to the issue.
Oh my God, I hate agreeing with the Young Turks. Oh my God, it hurts my soul. But they're right. That dude was crazy.
Issues that libertarians care about deeply, like personal property.
Damn it, Anna! You can't put freedom or my damn toaster in a corner. You can't do it, and you can't do it by a van out in the river, by the river.
And this is why I think it's so important that we look at the changes, because this is what the Libertarian Party was until so virulently. Is that true? This is what the Libertarian Party was until so recently. Even the Young Turks. This video is, yeah, it's from this April. Even the Young Turks, the bastion of everything you should not do in journalism, they are able to make fun of the Libertarian Party. And that's why the change is so important.
So I had to show you one more clip from the Sam Seder interview, and then we'll go back to the libertarian debate of 2016. Let's watch the Sam Seder moment.
Well, I mean, I think if you don't pay your taxes to our government, they'll ultimately put you in jail.
No.
Okay, come on. That's an easy one to be like, of course. Well, but that's wrong because taxation is theft, and that should be very easy to take on in a rational manner.
I'm asking you, Sam, what do you think should happen? Not what does happen, because we know what does happen. What do you think? I want you to say it. I want you to say that I belong in jail because I don't pay taxes.
If you don't pay taxes to the U.S. government, ultimately, I think you belong in jail.
Thank you for saying that, Sam. You're a horrible, despicable person.
That was the Libertarian Party. Was. Not anymore.
Thank you for having me on your show.
Daryl? Daryl?
All of a sudden, I look like a mental health heavyweight.
That was Michael Brooks.
And that is embarrassing. Would you want to call yourself a libertarian after watching that? That's why. That's why we need to make sure that people know, at least if you're going to make fun of libertarian ideas, that you see that we're not just crazy motherfuckers like that anymore. No Freedom says, I love how America started a war over taxes, afterwards tax themselves. Exactly. I mean, to be fair, it was about taxation without representation, but taxation is theft.
The end.
Okay, he admits a federal crime live, okay? And then he says...
Does he? Pretty sure he said if. I don't think But I don't know. I don't know. These fucking old school libertarians are crazy.
Should I go to jail for that crime? And Sam's like, yeah, because we all pay our taxes. Why should you be the only one who doesn't pay his taxes?
But
right?
my favorite thing is he thought it was like a gotcha.
Yeah.
He's like, I want you to say it.
He's like,
Sam's
okay, so if I take someone and I slit their throats open and they're dead, you want me to go to jail? Say it. Say it. Yeah, I would want you to go to jail. I knew it. And then he thought, like, he hung up triumphantly and went back to the toaster. Which, by the way, no one could stop him from toasting.
No,
Okay?
no.
No one, not even the government.
That
Okay,
would be the
don't you
final
cry.
straw. That would be the final straw.
How funny would it
The
be
license to toast.
if we trolled this guy and we knocked on his door? Which, by the way, definitely don't do
I'm
it.
a little scared of him.
Of course, are you kidding me? You're not going to.
Of course!
Hey, don't do it. I'm just joking, okay? But you're not going to store. You're like, he's like, what is it?
Do not knock on his door.
Don't do any of this. He's like, what is it? You're like, we came to inspect your toaster. Dude, nobody cares about your toaster, okay? The government is supposed to protect us. It has many jobs, but that is a core part of the job.
That's the only job. At the end of the day.
So, but as far as we know, your toaster is not a false danger to anyone. So, but they have trouble making easy distinctions. The problem with libertarians is they think the world is black and white.
Yeah, that is
Right.
that is the problem.
And
yes.
but the reality is the world is
Is
very.
that so? That libertarians just think the world is black and white. I don't know if I have the bandwidth to explain how much irony is in that statement coming from Jake Huger. So I'm just going to hope you guys are tapped in enough and let that ride.
Gray and filled with nuance, and that's why it's a kind of a simplistic way of thinking about things. But to be fair, he did make.
It's not a simplistic way of looking at things. It's having a clear ideal and understanding that even if we cannot meet the ideal, that working towards that ideal is a good way to live. It's a simple idea, the non-aggression principle. I've yet to hear anything that based on the non-aggression principle is bad. Nothing. So yeah, there's a very clear fundamental belief underlying all libertarians, but that doesn't mean it's black and white. But Jank, not gonna represent people accurately.
Make one great point that Steven Crowder and Jimmy Dore were right. Don't debate Sam Cedar.
Oh, I mean, Jimmy Dore runs from Sam Cedar like his
totally.
life depends on it.
But Dore made that mistake once. He got punished for it intellectually and has never made that mistake again. And apparently Crowder's dad was watching. So maybe Crowder's dad watched this too. He's like, son, call in sick. You gotta get out of there. Do you know what Sam Cedar does?
I'm gonna again. I want to assume that you guys saw the situation with Sam Cedar and Steven Crowder and why this is more bullshit from leftist propaganda, when clearly Crowder had to. Yes, he did. Ooh, I definitely want to pull that clip up just because. But the Steven Crowder said that he would have a debate with what's his face, Ethan Klein, because they were, it was right after the clip where what's his face, come on. It was right after Ethan Klein said, "Look, they have a whole government thing for this, dude. You don't even have to think about it." About the CDC. This was right in Rona times. So obviously he was like, okay, let's talk about that. And Ethan Klein agreed to go debate Crowder on this. He showed up and then he was like, oh, wait, I have something. And then he switched and it was like, boom, Sam Cedar. And it's like, no, motherfucker, I'm not doing that. I know that Sam Cedar is desperate to get views based on my name. But I'm not doing that. And it's not out of fear of Sam Cedar. Yeah. They're exactly. They're talking about the ambush. So let me find that. If you guys haven't seen that, oh my God, it is so good to see. So let me let this play.
Toasters?
Okay. Now, one final clip from the 2016 Libertarian presidential debate. Let's watch.
The president has no constitutional authority to regulate drugs. That being said, at the state level, I would support some legislation that would stop children from being allowed to purchase drugs and prosecute anyone who would put a child in danger. Because I do believe that children do need some protection. Yes, you should not be able to sell heroin to a 5-year-old.
There are people in the audience booing him for wanting regulations that prevent the sale of heroin to 5-year-olds. Boo!
He said the government should be able to protect children. They're like, boo, get him off the stage.
Joe
What's the matter with this guy? Government protection 5-year-olds. No, you get the heroin, but right there, the 5-year-old. Boo! Okay. I vote for the other guy's toaster. Okay, by the way,
let's talk
about the guy who got booed. He was also against driver's license, if you remember, in the beginning. Right?
Yeah, he's against driver's license.
Hold on.
You know that it was like a lifetime ago, but I've debated him. I was invited to debate him. What was his name again? Austin Peterson is his name. Yep.
Man, I don't know what happened to the Petersons. They got to rescue that name. Anyway,
that's actually, I will give Jane credit. That is a decent joke. But I did want to bring this up because again, this is what everybody thinks of the Libertarian Party, and for a long time, with good reason. So I want to expose this shit to see, hey, this, I know you have some idea of, the Libertarian Party, and, you're thinking, I don't really know a lot, but it's like, that's bullshit, right? There's a reason. It's been bullshit. It's been stupid. It's been extreme. It's been radical. It's been out of touch. But the Mises Caucus has taken over, and things are changing. And again, I'm not saying that we are going to have a libertarian candidate win the general election in 2024. I understand that. It's not that simple. But I can guarantee you that these people, the Mises Caucus, they will certainly cause more of a disruption for both the Democrats and the Republicans than the Libertarians ever have before.
And Gary Johnson's been on TYT, and he was on TYT during the 2016 elections, because for legitimate candidates of any party, we give them a fair shot on TYT. And we actually had a fairly amiable conversation, and I did not...
I guarantee you, whoever is the Libertarian candidate for 2024, I will bet money they don't have him or her on. I guarantee you, they will not have a Mises person on.
For driver's licenses or toasters or anything, we were fair. But I wish I didn't see that at the time. If I'd seen that at the time, that's just one of the funniest things I've ever seen. So great credit to the Twitter account that's sending those out.
Crazy ass moments in American politics. It's full of great moments in American politics.
Oh, it's just another, tons and tons of them, but one where Bernard Shaw, who is the lead CNN anchor at the time, starts a debate by saying to Michael Dukakis, now, if your wife was raped and killed, would you still be against the death penalty? Like, what are we doing? Like in the middle of a presidential debate?
No, in the beginning, it was the opening question.
Yeah. No, thank you.
Sounds like a reasonable question to me. That's a good question to know from somebody who's going to lead the entire free world.
For joining us, and now, Governor Dukakis, if your wife was gangbanged and you were cucked, how would you respond to the cucking? What are we doing? Wait for the presidential debate? What the hell's going on? That was pre-Trump.
Yep.
And they thought that was a perfectly legitimate question.
Yeah, it was crazy. By the way, he handled that question really well and explained why he's against the death penalty.
I actually thought he handled it really poorly. And now we're getting on a tangent. But
yeah, let's not do the tangent.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's not do the tangent.
All right. Anyways, we got to go and take care of our toasters.
We do. Before the license to toast.
We got Tyler Smith in the building. What's going on, Tyler? Thank you for joining us. We are just talking about the Libertarian Party and how it used to be fucking crazy, but now with the Mises Caucus taking over, might be a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel. What does Tyler say? Did you ever watch Ben versus Anna? She said no chance. I'm sure I've seen it. I don't have it on deck. I got a couple more videos to show you guys, but if you want to go through that, drop a link on my Discord or hit me up on social media. I got the thing in the banner. I'm down to watch that. That'll be fun. But let's finish this up before we move on to the next one. Glad you're here, Tyler. Good to see you, brother.
Comes out. We don't want to.
Yeah, you got to get your toast again. You never know when the government's going to make you drink coffee, take away your toaster, okay? Make you pay taxes.
You don't have the answers of how freedom works.
But if you're advocating for freedom as a libertarian candidate, Shouldn't you have the answers for how freedom works?
And again, sadly, the Young Turks are correct about that. Sadly, I am in the position of saying that Cenk Uygur and Anna Kasparian are correct about something, anything. And that is painful. But as promised, if you haven't seen this before, you are in for a treat.
See, Joe Rogan. Joe, you run Joe, I want to say 13 or 14. I don't know what it was. It was when you guys run. It was fantastic, by the way.
Thank you. It was a while back.
Yeah.
6, 7
And
years.
by the way, there was a lot of admiration both sides when you guys were talking, because he was like, the coming up, and that was before he was getting the 11 million.
Drop a 1 if you have not seen this. If you have not seen this, drop a 1.
Episode of Rico, whatever it was, and you were like King Kong, when you guys sat down together. But you made a comment. You said, if Joe's something, I'd kick his ass. I'm taking it out of context. Of course, I'm assuming you were just kidding. You were upset about what he said. Can you unpack that exchange? The comments you made about Rogan.
Yeah, so I like Joe a lot, and we even grabbed lunch. We were friendly. I was thinking of I even pitched him to be a host on a show we pitched to cable or networks.
Yeah, the fuck right. Can you imagine Rogan ever being part of TYT? Can you imagine the balls? Not even the balls, just the lack of self-awareness that you would have to be as Cenk Uygur to ask Joe Rogan to be part of your network. Come on.
Okay. And I like Joe's independent attitude a ton, right? Or what used to be an independent attitude, right? Nowadays, I think he's lost his way. So I think he got captured by the right wing. He doesn't even realize it. Almost all of his guests are right wing or fake left wingers who are pushing for right wing agenda. And
there is the left wing projection, because you, Cenk, are the one that has been captured by an ideology and only listens to one narrative and will lie blatantly and openly to support that narrative. Joe has never been like that. Never. The only reason that you feel like Joe Rogan is a right-winger now and use that as if it's inherently a bad thing is because CNN told you to think that. Before the whole horse pace thing on CNN, nobody had an issue with Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan was just the dude. He was just some guy that with a podcast. Just happened to be the most popular podcast ever, but that's it. And then CNN ruined that too.
And he's surrounded himself with a wall of right wingers, and he's created
more projection.
Created a bubble. Bill Maher's
more projection.
The same way.
More projection.
A wall of right wingers. All their friends are right wing, right? And so now,
how many right wing friends do you think that Cenk Uygur has? How many right-wing friends do you think Cenk Uygur actually has? Caucus says Rogan can beat Cenk and his meat at the same damn time. You are right.
He's not independent. He doesn't do both sides. He doesn't have real.
You think he's a right wing?
Yeah, of course.
You think Joe's right wing?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, and so is he
right wing? Look at. I mean, I don't know how well you can see their faces, but like you think Joe is right wing. And then this guy's going to clarify.
Where though, Jay? No, do I think he's
right of center or right of you?
No, right of center. Okay, but
Rogan?
Okay,
Bill Maher too, you're saying?
But again, it depends on the issues. So you can take an issue that Bill Maher is super liberal on and go, come on, you can't call him right wing, right? But I can show you 10 issues where he's just obsessed with cancel culture and only.
Okay, do it then, Cenk, and show us exactly what you're talking about and how it's not individual things that Joe has taken issue with for a specific reason. Oh, you can. Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Only from the left-wing perspective, not the right-wing perspective. He loves, by the way, Bill Maher loves corporate Democrats. Okay, just loves them to pieces. So
that's relevant. That's always something you can trust when somebody's making an argument and they just bring up random shit about somebody else that they're not even talking about just to shit on them, I guess. Okay.
To me, on economic issues, he's same issues as all those corporate Democrats. Anyways, so Joe
it's a
And
matter.
again, even just in the brushing away, and all the same issues as all the Democrats, but I don't want to talk about that anyway. You can't get half a sentence with this guy.
Of emphasis. So I hear that he's pro-choice, but does he ever talk about that? Almost never, right? But
remember, this was before the Roe v. Wade thing, even before the leak. This video is from April 1st. And I wish it was an April Fool's Day joke. But it's just Jank being a joke.
On any right-wing issues, oh my God, trans rights, this, that, the other thing, he's like super animated about.
And why is that, Jank? Is that maybe because he spent his whole life as a mixed martial artist and understands the differences between men and women better than you ever could? Particularly when it comes to mixed martial arts? And has an independent opinion? No, couldn't be. He doesn't agree with me. It can't be independent. Come on.
Right? Whenever it's a right-wing issue, he will spend hours and hours and hours discussing it. If he has left-wing positions, not a peep. There's a thing called audience capture, where your audience starts to go in a certain direction. It starts to build momentum. Then if you try to change, all of a sudden your audience numbers drop and people panic, okay?
Yeah, because Joe Rogan's numbers just dropped and he panicked. So he went to the right wing. Kind of like your numbers drop and then you went super far left and then that didn't work. And now you're blaming everybody else doing the same thing that you did, even though you're the one that's a piece of shit.
Now, Joe's already rich, so he doesn't have to worry too much about that. I think he got more guest captured than audience captured, but like guys like Jimmy Dore get audience captured like crazy. So once they, like Jimmy Dore used to be on the left, and he was doing comedian, right? He was in our network, one of the worst mistakes I've ever made. And so
having him on?
Jimmy Dore is awesome, by the way.
Yeah. Okay. And so he goes independent. Now he's at one point he's doing pro-vaccine videos. He got a vaccine. They're not doing that well, right? Then he does one that's vaccine skeptical. It does great. Okay, so all right. Then he does another one that's vaccine skeptical because he wants the views, he wants the money, right? And so all of a sudden then next thing you know, he's done 20 videos against vaccines or vaccine skepticism because that's where the audience is going, that's where the money is going, and that's how. And there was a progressive,
or maybe that's where the attention of people in the nation is, and not on a specific outcome, but the different perspectives. I'm pretty sure this was after the Sanjay Gupta episode. I'm pretty sure. Not positive, but I'm pretty sure.
Our network who said, look, the same thing happened to me. I was criticizing Democrats so much from a left-wing position, but I was criticizing Democrats. And one day I woke up and I found out my audience is right-wing. Like I asked him a poll question. Holy cow, these guys are like 70% right-wing. So he's like,
wait a minute. No freedoms, absolutely. Yeah, she said that he like made lewd comments at her when it was literally like, you know, the most innocuous thing ever. But Cenk just said something really interesting. He said he was coming at the Democrats from a left-wing position and then did a poll and realized from one poll that his audience was 70% right-wing. What poll can give you that information? What question could possibly characterize? I don't even know why I'm trying to think about it. Obviously, that's a ridiculous claim. Obviously, the fucking audience for the Young Turks is not right-wing. Obviously. But I'm just trying to get inside this man's head, and it's a crazy fucking place.
I had to make a principled choice there, and I did. And I cut off 70% of my audience. And I started talking more about my left-wing positions, not just anti-Democrat positions.
Oh, you cut off 70% of your audience. That's what happened? That's what happened. You blocked them, right? So they're not subscribed to you. They're not following you. They're and just not watching. You cut them off. Okay. Gotcha.
Right? So that's what happened. So on Rogan, to your the specific question. So now I have animosity with Rogan, but yeah, I was largely trolling them. Like and I said it very
trolling. Is that what we're going to call it? He was trolling.
Clearly, too. Never in the streets, never any violence. Violence is crazy. But I was saying, if you want to step in the ring,
I mean, obviously, you know what would happen if you stepped in the ring. You're not naive.
So would Joe have a massive advantage? Obviously, look at me. I'm 52. I'm very overweight, etc. But by the way, I don't think it would be a foregone conclusion.
You think you could take Joe?
Okay. Now,
Are you saying you can take Rogan? Bro, one kick and decide you'd be peeing blood for a week. Have you seen his kicks?
I've seen his kicks. Okay. So
no, you haven't. Why would you even say that? If you had seen Rogan's kicks, then you would not be saying that you could fight him. Yeah, I've seen his kicks. No, you haven't.
I appreciate your confidence, though. I got to tell you.
No, but I'll tell you why I do it. Okay. So look, number one, I'm okay. A trained person is, of course, better, and by a lot, right? So, and a guy who's in shape is supposed to, a guy not in shape, by a lot. So,
real quick, if you are down for some more, like, if you're down, because I'm pretty much done with what I had for you guys. If you want to go down a rabbit hole of making fun of the Young Turks and getting some videos on that, drop a 1 so that I know to look for some stuff, because that could be fun. And I pretty much said my piece on the libertarian thing. I got one more video on deck, but let me know. Drop a 1 if you would like to make fun of the Young Turks.
Do tons of training, etc., and I'd still be a massive underdog. Okay, but I'm a brawler, and so it's not just that I fought my whole life when I was growing up, etc. It's the will in you, right? So if he's gonna
no, Jake, not right.
Beat me, he's gonna have to beat me.
He will beat you, though.
Yeah, and that's fair, and that's a fair conclusion to reach. Okay, but my point is, I'm tired of people running over the left wing. Okay, so if you're gonna say we're weak, then fuck off and step in the ring. Okay, so step in the ring ideologically. That is what I would greatly prefer. By the way, I did this with Michael Smirkonish a long time ago on a HuffPost, right? He's talking shit about, the wussification of America. And I was like, all right, bitch, then either get in the ring from a debate point of view or get in the octagon or whatever you want, right? Because you're saying we're wussies, and I'm saying I'll kick the shit out of you, okay? So you tell me, you know what Michael Smirkonish did? He ran like a bitch, okay? And he went crying to mommy, and he said, "Oh my God, he's threatening me." No, I said, I would never do it in the streets. That's nuts. Okay, I'm 100% against violence. But you're not going to call us weak and get away with it. We're going to stand a goddamn post, and that's why the Young Turks are hated by the right wing, because we do not back down. We punch back. So the whole point there, Patrick, is rhetorical. I'm punching back rhetorical.
Yeah, but and by the way, that was how I took it.
Yes.
That's not how the world took it. I'm sure you know that. There's a part of that was marketing. I get that. But let me go through a couple of these.
But I like triggering the right wing. I like to be, no, wait, man, we're tougher. Really? I don't think so.
I don't think if anybody.
By the way, Alex Jones paraded my set, right? I stood up, and all of a sudden, he wasn't so fucking tough anymore, right? So all these fake tough guys in the right wing.
Come on. The mental gymnastics. The way you have to go through life and tell yourself these lies is pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. So this is what we have on the left wing. Can we at least agree that Angela and Dave Smith were better than this? Can we at least agree on that? TYT is a joke already. They've been a joke. And Freedom's also said, Rogan would cut the shit out of me. It's like someone asking to get paid $1 million to get punched by Mike Tyson. I would not. I would not either. Not smart. Not smart.
Was not a fake tough cocktail, bro. Okay. I get what you're saying. But and in regards to him being right wing, like that is the guy said he would vote for Bernie Sanders.
Yeah, you guys have found common ground on that. He did, right? Yeah. And so that was like the last semblance of him being independent. Since then, he's gone completely in another direction. 100% in another direction. And by the way, he supported Trump. Trump's a lunatic. So I mean, you can't say
what do you mean he supported Trump?
He said that look, if I'm wrong, I'm happy to retract it. But my understanding was he said he doesn't like either option, but between Trump and Biden, he preferred Trump.
Okay, no, I think
which is an opinion held by literally half the country. Literally half the country. How is I mean, yes, that would be appreciated. You're not as bad as Lopaka. Lopaka will just fucking sad. I love you, Lopaka. But yeah, I mean, what is this guy? So nobody is this should I bring up the last one and close this out then? After this video?
No, I think the way he said it, is he thinks Trump had a stronger way of dealing with things than Biden does. I don't think he said I would vote for Trump over Biden because
he could clarify. By the way, why doesn't he clarify? That's such an easy thing.
I think he
like
does.
Tucker won't say whether he thinks
He only spends like 9 hours a week on his podcast, right?
the vaccine. Why don't you just say it? What's wrong with you, right? Joe, who'd you vote for? What's the big deal? I mean, you do a show that's got politics all over it. Well, why would you be afraid to say who you voted for?
And if I remember what Jimmy,
Be a man.
somebody said it here as well, Vanessa Aponte. But by the way, Jimmy all of a sudden started showing up, and he had an adverse reaction to the vaccine, or something happened with the
he's
vaccine.
full of shit. He didn't have any adverse reaction. So he's trying to make money. He's a total con man.
So if you enjoyed this short clip, click over here to watch it.
All right. So obviously that was just a fun little side quest. And since you guys aren't interested in going down the TYT rabbit hole, if Rogan walked into that podcast and you're like, oh, what was that? You want to step into the ring? The cage? Whatever you want to call it? Let's do it. I'll give you 5 free shots. You go 5 free shots, and then I'll go. That would be the one. Let me just see if there's anything right on time. So let's do this because I don't necessarily I really do want to focus on how we've been talking about the different parties.
What's up, guys?
Yeah, well, let's end on this one. I think it's important to see what we're dealing with from the whole spectrum. And obviously, I'm not going to be able to give you everything that exists in one little stream, but we got some a little view of what the Libertarian Party used to look like. We got a good idea of people who are bringing up the Mises Caucus and what the Libertarian Party will become. And frankly, the left wing and the right wing haven't really changed fundamentally all that much. So, I just got a random video. How racist is Trump towards Black Americans? Let's see what we got.
Guys, welcome back. Thank you so much for click and play. Before I start anything, I just want to say thank you for all of the well wishes. Thank you for all of the birthday wishes for my son, Van Virginia, for my people are saying that Trump was racist to Black people. He knows what's going out there. Giving you today. I have Larry Elder. I guess he's answering the question. He knows what's going out there in the streets. And
so again, we're just looking at what is the political landscape. Do political parties even matter? And if they do, then that's a big group of people, an entire political party. And if we're supporting any political party, then we have to understand what is inside that political party. And I think Trump is not a typical example of what you find on the right wing, but I do think he is very much indicative of what we, just as the Libertarian Party is changing. I think that the future of the Republican Party is going to be monitored after Trump and who he was, what type of, all of the things that he did that were different from all the Republicans before him. Now, Freedom says, well, at least with Trump, we are Black. With Biden, you are not Black if you don't vote for him. If you don't vote for me, you ain't Black. Yeah. That's and Trump did used to be a Democrat. I mean, he was a lifelong Democrat because, he benefited from all the government regulation that allowed his business to flourish where other small businesses couldn't. How do you blame him? How do you blame him? He said, I think it was in the 80s, didn't he? He was doing some interview on TV in the 80s. He said, I could run for office in either party. I could shoot someone dead in the streets and they would still vote for me. Is he a time traveler? Is he a psychic? The world may never know.
Yes, people are saying that Trump was racist to black people. So he's doing a video dedicated to just that. He want to ask the question, how racist is Trump towards black people? So we're going to go and check this out, man. Y'all let me know what y'all think in the comments later on and try to hang on to the end so we can have a good conversation, all right? All right, let's go.
It is beyond dispute, right? Water is wet, sky is blue. Donald Trump is a card-carrying, bona fide racist, right?
Look at his face, right?
The United States is a racist. His own words leave absolutely no doubt about that. What he is saying is not racially charged.
Is there anyone worse? Is there anyone worse on TV in political punditry than Don Lemon? Maybe. I want to say Rachel Maddow, but I don't think she has the reach she used to. So Pocket says, so is he a true Republican or just riding the train? Just riding the train. But because he's just riding the train and he's so effective at what he does, then he is changing what it means to be a Republican. Because we definitely have a difference between what is a conservative and what is a Republican. There's slight differences, even though we would assume that the conservative would vote Republican. But these are, language is fluid. And while the left is using that to their advantage and purposely obfuscating different words and changing the way we speak so that they can, use that to their advantage. Yeah. Well, is he really in politics? He's more in the religious lane. I mean, I don't really know, actually. I've only seen him in religious context. But yeah, I don't know if there's anyone worse. I mean, if he is, then he probably takes the cake. But Don Lemon's bad.
It is flat out racist. And this, of course, makes...
And before Larry Elder go on, I just want to say this real quick. I need for y'all to understand something. As a black person who watches CNN and MSNBC often, and you see...
Why would you do that?
Don Lemon on the news saying this. And then you see a friend of yours, ding, 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 a family member of yours saying positive things about Trump. Imagine how that can go. I'm just saying, imagine how that can go. It's not that fun. I'm sure a lot of y'all have faced that type of thing too.
Makes his supporters racist, right? But for people who look like me, other minorities, women who have been, well, let's just leave this to race. This president has said and done so many insensitive and bigoted and racist things that if you support...
Such as?
For him, if you support him, people like me want to understand why you ignored so much.
Just be grossly.
And it's not like people haven't had that conversation. It's not like those questions haven't been asked. You, Don Lemon, just didn't listen. You, Don Lemon, just didn't do the homework. You, Don Lemon, just haven't spoken to the people that you're pretending that you're grandstanding and talking about. I've heard from many people because I was one of those asking that same question. How can you this, that, the other? Donald Trump is so bad, and why do you still support him? And people gave answers. Sometimes it was about their paycheck. Sometimes it was about the culture, but they had answers. If you don't know that people have answers to those questions, then don't ask them, assuming that you know that there's no answer. It's so sad.
Journalistic. You can put half of Trump supporters into what I call the basket of deplorables.
Oh yeah,
I remember that.
Yep.
Man, y'all was pissed about that. I remember I used to see y'all on TV all the time, pissed about the basket of deplorables. I didn't even know what it meant. But y'all made sure that she never forgot about that right there. Yeah, I still don't know what that.
How can you think that running for president, calling half the country deplorable, would go well for you? What do you want? Lay down. Come on. Go lay down.
But it became a thing. It became a thing, and she labeled every single person and then wanted their votes. You want to call everybody a basket of deplorable. And then you ask, but I still want your vote. So make sure you come out and vote for me. You know, I'm going to be waiting for it in my woman suit.
Right? The racist, sexist, homophobic, xenophobic, Islamophobic, you name it.
Vote for me!
But black unemployment, historical lows.
I think the economy is doing absolutely great, and it's particularly reaching into populations that heretofore have had very bad problems in terms of jobs, employment, and the opportunities that come with full employment. So African-American unemployment is at its lowest level. I give President Trump, and I've said this before on Squawk Box, I give the president a lot of credit for moving the economy in a positive direction that's benefiting a large number of Americans.
Yeah, but he's still a racist.
The problem here is that the president has unfortunately used language in the past that we will have a lot of difficulty in erasing, even with an eraser with the words unemployment drop, because of some harsh and painful words are just kind of hanging out here across the country as it relates to.
And notice this is on Fox News. This is on Fox News. So remember that I don't know when this specific report is from. I know this guy isn't around anymore, as far as I understand. But like, it was ubiquitous. It was ubiquitous. How were we supposed to judge this man fairly? They didn't give us a chance. They didn't give us a chance to judge this man on his own merit. We weren't given, that opportunity was stripped from us. We didn't get to do that because the news decided for us.
Americans and some other minorities.
And what about the First Step Act? That's a law that allows prisoners who believe they have unfairly long sentences to have their sentences reviewed. And since President Trump signed that act, 1,000 people have benefited. 90% have been black men. They've had their sentences reduced an average of almost 70 months.
Yo, they had their sentences reduced on average by 70 months. 70. Carry the file. I don't know how much that is in years. What's that, like 6.5 years? Something like that? I don't know. But at the end of the day, I want to know. I want to daggone know. Also, what I want to know is, what are the things I should not forgive him for? If you are watching this and you're one of the people that's like, brother, I don't get it. I don't get it, brother. He said this and that and that. Tell me, because you know I don't pay attention to anything that doesn't positively affect my family. You know how I am. I don't spend a whole bunch of time dwelling on BS that have nothing to do with my family. If it has something to do with my family, I'll pay attention to it.
Exactly. And this is the way most people approach politics. And so when the uppity white liberal comes in and says, you have to think this because that, and you're speaking for other people, how many videos have you seen of some white lady yelling at a black person about racism? Why is that a thing? How is that a thing?
Politics, I look at that as sometimes that's the game that I believe it is. I believe that, honestly, I believe it is. But hey, y'all tell me what y'all want me to know.
They've had their sentences reduced an average of almost 70 months.
The Senate tonight taking bipartisan action on something substantial, overwhelmingly passing a major prison reform bill. The First Step Act eases federal sentencing for nonviolent offenders, aims and expands early release programs.
Did he say bipartisan?
Mr. President, thank you so much. It's almost hard for me to speak about this without being emotional. In the process of this has brought together friendships that I'll cherish for the rest of my life. I'm now texting buddies with Van Jones.
And speaking of Van Whitelash Jones.
How significant do you think this is? By the way, one of your partners in working on this was Jared Kushner.
Jared Kushner, whose father went to prison and whose fought on this as hard as this is history. This is history. Right now, you're witnessing history on the floor of the U.S. Senate, where there's a Christmas miracle underway, where for the first
Man said a Christmas miracle.
Republicans and Democrats are arm in arm tonight saying, we are sending too many people to prison. They're coming out bitter and not better. We want to make a tremendous difference. I want to say Hakeem Jeffries on the left, Jared Kushner, and Donald Trump on the right have brought together a coalition like I've never seen.
And what about Trump?
Wow. Wow. And he said it without stuttering once. That's big, man. That is big.
Donald Trump on the right have brought together a coalition like I've never seen.
And what about Trump's Music Modernization Act? Something that, again, President Obama didn't even do.
President Donald Trump today moved the music industry into the 21st century. He signed the Music Modernization Act, legalizing the landmark copyright reform.
That's the American badass.
To ensure songwriters receive pay for the products that they produce when you're listening to them on streaming services.
So I also, before, as we're going through this video, nice little freeze frame here. As we're going through this video, if you are somebody who does not like Republicans, and I just found a video. It sounded like it was going to be more it sounded like it was going to be worse. What I was trying to do was show the worst of the left, the worst of the right, and then what is happening with the Libertarian Party. So if you have something against the Republicans and this isn't really representing that, let me know. Let's be fair. I want to be fair, but I feel like I am, and it's just turning out this way.
Tennessee Senator Lamar Alexander championed that new law. He says the Music Modernization Act is the most important law in a generation to help make sure that our songwriters.
Jamie's back. Thanks, Belle. It's Express. Where's the Express? Because I'm fancy like that. I'm fancy like that.
And singers all over America.
Wow.
Working and making.
So, Jimmy, I was just saying, if I was looking to represent the worst of the right wing and the worst of the left wing, and I clicked on this video, how racist is Trump towards Black Americans? And it's actually putting Trump in a good light. So I was asking if anybody has something that really will show the right wing in general, not just Trump, but the right wing in general in a bad light. Let me know. Send it my way, because that's what I'm looking to highlight. Not to say that everybody in politics is inherently a bad person, but I do think both sides of the uniparty, the Democrats and the Republicans, are inherently corrupt. And I do think that if there is a third party that can do anything in a general election, then we should be supporting that. I mean, this is interesting enough, so I don't feel like stopping it, but not really what I intended on doing.
A decent living by ensuring they're paid when their songs are played.
It's a great day for songwriters. It is. And artists. And artists. Okay. Yeah. How in the world is it all the time that the artists who used to be his friends all seem to be the first in line to bash him, to say that he's a bad dude and don't vote for him and this? What are they beefing with? He just now looked out for y'all. He looking out for your families. He looking out for your pockets, your bottom line, all that. And you still got nothing but trash to talk about. I don't get it.
Don't cheat us. Who benefits the most from this argument? I'm saying as far as
I think both.
Both?
Yes. Okay. Yes. Okay. I lean more to the artist.
Yeah.
Because I'm a performer, But it helps not just the writers, but the singers, and not just black, but black, white, all country, jazz, everything. So I'm very.
Sounds racist to me.
So it's a great thing what Trump is doing today.
It is. And you know what? I told everybody, please, whatever your opinion or your decision, please, let's keep it tight. Let him sign it, please.
Today, don't mess him up, please.
All right. Yeah, I'm really glad about that. Yeah.
And then there's President Trump's support.
Wow.
Choice.
The time has come to pass school choice for Americans' children.
Of course, Betsy DeVos is not standing for that. I mean, come on. The memes make themselves, people.
This is usually the part that I hate, when they're clapping and clapping and clapping and standing up, and all you see is the people who are the ones who are on that side standing up and giving. It's so damn fake. The people that
See, he doesn't understand he doesn't know who this is. They're talking about child tax credits for schooling, and this is the what the fuck do you call it? The education person. I don't know what I don't remember what the actual position is called, but that's Betsy DeVos in charge of all the school shit. So Jamie Dean, who really needs to switch back, because you need to switch back. Says, Lutch, you don't get it. If Orange Man did it, then it's automatically racist and bad. Yes, I believe that is correct. She is. I have no idea. I just know a lot of teachers were not happy about her. But yeah, I think that's correct. Secretary of Education.
sitting down clearly are benefiting from it. They know it's a positive thing, but they're like, we're not going to give you the satisfaction of standing up and giving you an applause for a good job, simply because we don't rock with you like that.
So on the campaign trail, Trump didn't talk much.
Already, I don't like this woman. Already, I don't like this woman. Can we go back? The facial expressions.
Simply because we don't.
You tell me if I'm jumping the gun. You tell me if I'm jumping the gun.
Rock with you like that.
So
all right. Pay attention. Because we only watched for a couple of seconds before I was like, oh, nope. F this B. Is it just me?
On the campaign trail, Trump didn't talk much about K-12 policy, but when he did, he talked about school choice.
Is it just me? James says, bro, I wanna, but bonus time, I don't care. I don't care about. I don't care about. You don't. You seem to not understand the value of the troll. When you're Jamie, you're just somebody else. You're just another person. When you're Jimmy, you're the resident sausage, bro. Bog says they hate Trump, all of them, even in his own party. Trump threw a brick in the way they would take bribes. Yeah, I mean, he really, it's hard for somebody like me who was so vocally against Trump in 2015 to, come back around and be like, look, I was wrong. I was wrong. I went all the way to voting for Hillary Clinton. I cast a vote. The only vote I ever cast in a general election was for that woman. And it's, I was, so I've told this story before, but right, you're goddamn right. So, I wasn't, when, there was a day, okay, so there was a day back in 2008, and I was a college student, and I was just over at my friend's dorm room hanging out, and I go to walk back to my dorm, and I went to Rider University in New Jersey, which is a private school, small school. There's really only two reasons that most people go there. Either the business school. There's no football team, but there is a D1. It's a D1 school, and we got a basketball team. That's why. Okay. I didn't realize why Morty was bugging out, but somebody's got fireworks. Morty, they're just fireworks, dude. Chill out. I promise you're okay. Anyway, 2008. I'm walking back, and based on what I just said, there is a clear delineation between what people look like and where you can assume they fit in, on campus during that time, whether they were part of the basketball team or they were part of the business school. So let's just say, on a wild whim of a guess, there was, an inkling that I had that a lot of these people that were outside in the quad were from the basketball crowd. They were all outside cheering, having a great time. And it was just a random day to me. And so I was like, why are all these people out here? Like, what is everybody doing? Turns out there's this guy named Obama who was the first black president. So that's how uninitiated I was in 2008. It was my freshman year of college, and I just didn't know. And I stayed pretty much as ignorant. But I felt like I needed to get more involved after I graduated. And so, the fact of, watching, I knew that if you just watch Fox News, you're going to be whatever. If you just watch, can't stop burping. If you just watch MSNBC, you're going to be that guy. So I was watching everything I could on cable news. And everything on cable news was saying that if Trump becomes the president in 2016, the world will end. The world will end. And I believed it. I didn't know any better. I believed it. So I was a Bernie bro. I voted for him in the primaries. And I hated that, he was ousted by the DNC. But once that happened, I was in too deep. I had already been believing that Trump winning would be the worst thing ever. And so I voted for the devil herself. And that's why I didn't vote in 2020, because I made a vow that I will never again vote against anyone. I didn't want to vote for Hillary. I thought I had to save all of us. I felt like I had to save all of us from Trump. That didn't even happen. And then the world didn't end. So yes, I voted for the devil herself, but I learned my lesson. And I will not ever vote for anybody who doesn't earn my vote. And that's exactly what this stream is about. Because I finally, for the first time in 7 years that I've been paying attention to this shit, I finally feel like there is somebody who I can look to at least say, maybe they're doing something I can support. Maybe. There was a long 2 years before the general election. But I can see myself voting for a libertarian candidate. I can see the Mises Caucus really doing what should be done. Morty, do you want to come up here or not? Come on, come up here. Come here. He's literally just standing on my legs and shaking. Dude, I can't do anything for you from over there. Whatever. But yeah, that's my horror story of voting for the devil. JH says Trump made stupid cabinet appointments. DeVos was his. Bolton was horrible. My only real complaint, but better than Hillary. Well said. Now Freedom says, I only believe in two things. We will be lied to until I will be lied to until I die, and that I won't ever know the truth of the world. That's a good way to look at things. That's a good way to look at things. As long as you are not taking that as a sign of defeat and say, okay, you likely will never know the truth of the world. Whatever that means to you sounds very grandiose. Probably not ever going to learn the truth about the world. But you absolutely can make choices based on the truths that you do know and the world that you want to live in. You absolutely can do that. And I very much would support you doing so. Lopaka says, Liz Cheney will return to the Muppets when she leaves office. I don't know what's going to happen to her. Morty, come on. Come here. I can't. Lopaka says, Bolton is the Grim Reaper. Yeah. I don't even remember what this lady was talking about. Let's back this up a little bit.
An applause for a good job.
Talk much about
simply because we don't rock with you like that.
So on the campaign trail, Trump didn't talk much about K-12 policy, but when he did, he talked about school choice. And Betsy DeVos is a longtime school choice advocate.
Well, I believe that that parents are the primary educator for their child or their children. And we have, to a large extent, removed a lot of that ability to direct and control by forcing way too many.
She was the one sitting down
to assign schools based on where they
Exactly. See, now he's seeing the difference. Now he's like, wait a minute, I recognize her.
They live.
Now, choice in education is something that blacks and browns want. Guess who doesn't want it? White Dems, who would never put their own kids in an urban school in a million years.
Now, the proposal that I brought forth on education ends all private charter schools in this country.
If I'm president, Betsy DeVos's whole notion from charter schools to this are gone.
We don't have the same choice that you make for your kids, because I read that your children went to private school. But we even if it was public school, it probably was the best public school. I can't pack up and say I'm leaving Hyde Park going to Germantown. This is our suburban area, because I can't afford it. My daughter can't afford it.
Spitting facts.
So we want to make what we got great, whether it's charter or tradition. And really, public schools are charter in where I come from, and we make parents know that.
Yeah, the charter are the good ones.
Public schools too.
Yeah, those are the good ones.
Read it, please. And I promise you, next time you see me, if it's reading the way it's going to benefit our children.
I'm not making a promise. Go back and read it.
Go read it, but just read it.
That's it.
But Senator Warren had a son in private school from the 5th grade on.
Come on, lay down.
Be ashamed of yourself, Elizabeth Warren. Be ashamed of yourself.
Let's move on. What about illegal?
That's a good point. That's a good point, Jamie Dean, that California doesn't deserve Larry Elder. I mean, it's not, it's not about what they deserve. There's such a force in this country that we need to all be concerned about what's happening there, because they are setting the tone for so much of what goes on and so much of what other governors and officials are doing. They look to states like California. I don't know why, but they do.
Immigration. And what does that have to do with blacks?
Now we must implement an immigration system that will allow our citizens to prosper for generations to come. Today we are presenting a clear contrast. Democrats are proposing open borders, lower wages, and frankly, lawless chaos. We are proposing an immigration plan that puts the jobs, wages, and safety of American workers first.
A steady stream of people showing up at the building behind me. We're told 150 applicants in the first 3 hours of this job fair with about 30 minutes left to go. Cook Foods has not said how many people they're looking to hire, but the folks that we spoke with said they're definitely ready to go to work. Cook is just one of several chicken processing companies to get raided by ICE agents last week, with 680 workers detained for possible immigration violations.
Peter Kirsanow is a friend I've known some 40 years. He's a longtime member of the U.S. Civil Rights Commission.
Professor Briggs testified.
Wait, was that a raid with illegal immigrant workers? Is that what that was? I didn't catch exactly what happened just now. So somebody fill me in.
Before the Civil Rights Commission, we had a whole host of people testifying before the Civil Rights Commission. The one cohort, the one demographic in the United States of America most harmed, most palpably harmed by illegal immigration are Black Americans. And politicians, open borders politicians know this. They know this because there have been numerous hearings before Congress on this. I've testified in a number of these hearings. George Borjas has testified in a number of these hearings. Stephen Camarada has testified, and we presented all of this evidence, all of this data, that the pernicious effect of illegal immigration, of open borders, has had on Black Americans in terms of employment. Nearly 1 million fewer Blacks work today because
1 million
of competition from illegal immigration than otherwise would be the case if we had a secure border. And it also depresses wage rates by a tune of $1,800 a year. George Borjas estimates that the depressive effects of illegal immigration on wages is anywhere from $99 billion to $118 billion annually, cumulatively, but it has the most significant effect on the Black community.
And so Jimmy Dean says it was a raid by ICE on a chicken plant for illegals. Okay. Personally, I say let them work. Ain't no U.S. citizen gonna work no damn chicken plant. I mean, the fact is, if people were willing to do that job, then I would want those jobs to go to Americans first. But if nobody's doing the job and the people are there willing to work and you have a business to run, unless you are a Border Patrol officer, then it's not really your job to worry about that. Vegas Digger says they have open borders and they do a raid. Doesn't make sense. Seems like Biden is trying to affect the food supply by raiding a huge food supplier. Interesting. That's an interesting take. Because, I mean, we obviously don't have open borders, but they are doing their best to make it seem that way. And then a raid on they did say Tyson Chicken, I think. But I mean that might be a little bit conspiratorial, but definitely an interesting thought. Definitely an interesting thought, biggest. Janine says they aren't willing to do it, especially not for such low wages. Oh yeah, definitely not. Definitely not. I've ever been to a chicken plant. I've never been to a chicken plant. They're all over the South. You can smell them from miles away. Sounds like what was that movie? Cowspiracy, where we need to worry about the government or the environment because of cow farts.
And did mention Trump's expansion of so-called enterprise zones that will benefit the inner city.
It's a big day.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. In a few moments, I will talk.
A lot of black people up there for a racist guy.
An executive order launching a new White House opportunity. This is a very big thing that Tim and I and everybody have been working on for a long time. And Revitalization Council. This council will coordinate efforts across the entire federal government to deliver jobs, investment, and growth to the communities that need it the most.
And then
wow, so Jamie Dean says no. We have worse than open borders. We have ICE literally busting illegal immigrants into the interior of the U.S. Is that true? I mean, I know that the there's certain policies where they feel like it, like especially like with kids, they would rather bring them in and detain them or some shit like that. But if that's true, that's crazy.
There's a commutation.
Yo, hey, all I want to do is, all I want to say is, listen, if you have an issue with rhetoric that comes from the right, or if you have an issue with Trump, period, I would advise that you watch some of these videos, or if you know someone who has issues with Trump, I would advise, I ask you, all of you, to share this in places where you don't believe, or where you believe they got a hard on for Trump. You know what I mean? Because stuff like this, I never heard of it. Never. I never heard of it. So this is very important that other people who feel this type of way, that they hear these things, man, and they see these images right now. Because at first, we was taught that people were being propped up in front of him for votes. But this dude is actually putting actual laws in place, man. Come on, bro. It's a difference from just bringing people out there and just propping them up around you so that you can look a certain type of way. If you're not trying to pass through any real bills for them, then yeah, you're just scribbling or drawing something on a piece of paper. But if you're passing through actual bills and putting laws in place to look out for people, come on, man. They need to know this. They need to know it. Especially people who know they need to know it because they believe they're bad.
Investment and growth to the communities that need it the most.
And then there's a
Hold on. Oh, okay. Labaga says, yeah, it's true. We have new illegals in Hawaii. They were given one-way tickets here. Wow. And JH says we got some shipments here in Ohio. Shit. I guess Jimmy Dean is right. But as Jamie Dean also said, let them work. They seem to be, doing their thing. Ain't hurting me. I'm not doing that job.
Of the sentence of Alice Johnson, given a long sentence for a non-violent drug offense, and the pardoning of Jack Johnson, the first black heavyweight champion who was busted for a crime involving the transportation of a woman across state lines for purposes of sex. It was a BS charge just designed to nail him, and President Trump once again did something Obama did not do, and that is to pardon Jack Johnson.
A great-grandmother gets a second chance at freedom after President Trump commutes her life sentence. Alice Marie Johnson served 21 years for a nonviolent first-time drug charge. but a serious charge of drug trafficking and money laundering. Her story caught the eye of Kim Kardashian West, who made a personal plea for the release to President Trump last week. Johnson shared an emotional reunion with her family after walking out of an Alabama prison yesterday.
They are the folks who have been lobbying for this pardon.
Hey, the Italian stallion. The Italian stallion.
Yo, tell me this doesn't look like real Nathan Daly. Where am I? JH says, problem is they pay them under the table. At least pay some taxes. Well, yeah, but that's such a multi-layered thing. Like, why would you hire them if you were going to have them pay the taxes? Why wouldn't you just do it above board? The whole point of paying them under the table is so that you can save money, because you have jobs that need to be done that Americans don't want to do for what you can afford to pay. If these illegal immigrants are willing to do the work, then I mean, what exactly is it that you think morally is wrong here? I understand that it's not the way the system was set up. And it's not that everyone who's paid under the table doesn't pay any taxes, because you, as I understand it, which is not super well, but if you're an employer, then you have to you would pay taxes on what you pay out as payroll, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the people who are getting the payroll are being are accounted for in the same way. I'm sure in certain industries, like ones that illegal immigrants flock to, it's easier than other jobs. But like, I've never in every restaurant I've ever worked in, there was illegal immigrants working in the kitchen and like as a dishwasher and stuff, because it's just easier. And it's like, if you're not going to let me pay my employees what I want to pay them, then what else do you want me to do? I can't afford to have all these people paid at $17 an hour. These motherfuckers are over here willing to do it for $5 an hour, but you won't let them do it. So I got to do it on the table. Maybe the minimum wage isn't helping people as much as you think it is.
Ian is there. Yeah, that's my guy right there.
For years now, Johnson was the first African-American heavyweight champ. And in what was seen by many as a racial injustice, Johnson was convicted of a crime back in 1913. That crime was transporting a...
That brother looked like he got a lot on his mind. My goodness. That man ain't have to wear no helmet when he rode a bike. My gracious. Brother looked like he 4 months pregnant in the head. My goodness, bruh. God gracious, man. E.T. phone home head in.
All right.
A white woman across state lines. He died in 1946. Senator John McCain, former Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid had also been pushing Johnson's case for years. But again, President Trump has posthumously pardoned Jack Johnson.
And did I mention that Trump is upspending on historically black colleges and universities by 14%?
Wow.
Education has the power to uplift. It has the power to transform, and perhaps most important, education has the power to create greater equality and justice in our lives.
Yo, you telling me that he...
So look, the point is that the media is bullshit and the two political parties at the top are the same. That's the fucking point. I'm going to drop the link. If anybody has anything to say, now is your time. Please come up and say what you got to say. I think we got a good look at what we can expect from the Libertarian Party. And, I'm not necessarily going to be following it on the channel as closely as I'll be following it in my personal life, just because it's not as exciting as, getting into, the bullshit politics that they want you to, because it's not real. But that being said, if there's anything that's going on that's really crazy, then I definitely will bring it to you guys. But for the most part, I really think that we are in a place where things can really change. And if you're not aware of the forces at play, then you can't affect any change. It doesn't matter how bad you want it. It doesn't matter how many thoughts and prayers you have. It doesn't matter how many rallies and protests you go to with how many signs you've made. There's only one way for this shit to work. You have to know what the fuck is going on, and you have to vote for the right people. I wish there was a better and easier way. But there's not. There just isn't. And I can't pay attention to everything. You can't pay attention to everything. But if we as a community pay attention to this shit, then we can actually do something. We can stop being beholden to this two-party system. We can stop being forced to vote the lesser of two evils. As if that has ever worked out for anybody ever. It just doesn't. It's not good for our country. It's not good for our even morale when it comes to dealing with politics in general. Things are changing. Things will continue to change as long as we support that change. But one person can't do it alone. We have to become unified. If you're not interested in that, then that's fair. But I don't want to hear no shit when everything sucks. Because the reality of the situation is that you have the power. And I've just showed you that it's more than just a binary. It's more than just this dichotomy of the shit sandwich and the douchebag, whatever the fuck it was, that South Park episode. I've just shown you that. So you can decide to at least try to see what else is going on. Or you can say, fuck it, and let the system win. It's up to you guys. I'm here as the IndianJesus, here trying to resurrect the second coming of common sense. But again, I cannot do it alone. So it is for you guys to take the message that we've been talking about, the messages that we've been talking about, and then send them out to the world. Go have a conversation about this shit with somebody who you otherwise might not. And then come back and tell me about it. I care. I want to hear from you. Follow me. My socials are scrolling across the screen right now. The Discord link is in the description. This is a real community that is building. If you don't think so, or you don't want to be a part of it, you don't have to be. But again, in 5 years, when my words really carry some weight, I don't want to hear any bitching. They're like, oh, yo, I used to watch you. And no. This is the time. This is the time to show what you're about. We got midterms coming up, and then we got the general a couple years later. So do with that what you will. Do with that what you will. And I really hope that you guys got some value out of this. I know, again, this wasn't the most exciting, fun version of the show. I promise next time I come back, I'll come back with some more directly entertaining versus informative. But I do want to make sure that this is a place for smart people. This isn't just it's a party. But that doesn't mean that we're just going to come and laugh at dumb shit all the time. And if you're not into that, that's fine. But if you are, let me know in the comments down below. Make sure you subscribe, hit the bell, all that good stuff so that you don't miss out on the party, so that you can be here while we're talking about this stuff, giving your thoughts. And join the Discord. Add something to the conversation. Drop some links of videos, articles, this, that, whatever. I'm happy to talk about it. I can't build a community on my own. I've done the hard part. You just show up. If you keep doing that, I promise, we will grow into something that is crazy. I promise you. Until then, I am Lutch, aka the IndianJesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Until next time, I am out of here. Peace.